Well, I couldn't have matched that. What a brilliant start. That's what we call the befitting start for an evening like this. Dhurandhar to Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. What brilliance we could have asked for. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What a power-packed performance that was with DJ, VJ. Once again, a big round of applause for them. All right, with that, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Forbes India and CNBC-TV18 presents Exotel EngageX 2026, a flagship platform on the future of customer experience. Today we gather at the intersection of technology, intelligence, and human connection. Because across industries, across markets, and across the world, one thing has become abundantly clear. Customer experience is no longer just a business function. It is defining battleground for growth, loyalty, relevance, and trust. The shift is already underway, and powering this transformation is a new era of AI-led engagement, real-time decision-making, and enterprises bold enough to completely reimagine how they connect with people today. And thus, today is a celebration of exactly that ambition. We are also very thrilled to announce our partnership with Grow Billion Trees initiative as part of this effort to combat climate change. A tree will be planted in the name of each panelist here today participating in our discussions. And so together, we can help create a greener future, one tree at a time. And before we begin this day, let's take a moment to experience the vision, philosophy, and innovation driving one of the key forces behind this gathering, Exotel. Can we have the AV, please?
Every morning starts the same way. The attention, that feeling that you matter. The small rituals that tell you, today is yours.
He stopped for his usual cup of coffee. Same cafe, same order. But this time, his card was declined. A call to the care center would fix this. Press 1 for English. Press 2 for card services. Press 4 to report a transaction. Your call is important to us. He reached someone. They asked for his details, who he was, what went wrong. Then they transferred him. He told a new person what happened. Then he told someone else. Then someone else. Each one starting from the beginning. Each one asking him to prove he was himself. He came home. The dog was at the door. No questions, no forms, no proof required. Just the certainty of being known. What if every call felt like coming home to someone who knows you? Exotel remembers every conversation, every context, every time. Exotel, like a friend.
And before we open the stage for today's conversations and discussions, it is my absolute pleasure to invite someone who has been one of the most trusted voices in business journalism. Please join me in welcoming CNBC-TV18's Lata Venkatesh for the welcome address.
Thank you, Mugdha. You always make me feel good. Well, on behalf of CNBC-TV18, welcome to EngageX, a joint presentation by Exotel, Forbes, and CNBC-TV18. Thank you, all of you, for braving this May heat and being with us at this mid-afternoon. At CNBC-TV18, we, over the years, have very closely witnessed, reported, and analyzed the evolution of India's entrepreneurs from analog to digital to now incorporating artificial intelligence. And through every phase, one thing has remained a constant. Businesses that succeed are those that are able to build long-term trust with their customers, lasting trust. This used to be true of the sector I covered most, banking and insurance, but today it is common to almost every company, e-commerce companies, platforms to logistics companies, hospitality companies. This trust is true of everyone. The company that wins is the company that can be trusted to deliver. Now, of course, artificial intelligence is the big new thing that we all have to tackle with. It is transforming how enterprises engage, respond, and operate. But alongside automation and personalization, there is a new challenge, right? Customers are expecting not just efficiency, they're also expecting transparency, they're expecting empathy, accountability, and above all, they are expecting their privacy to be preserved. Even the law wants it, the DPDP Act. So in a world where products and services can be replicated pretty easily in most sectors, customer experience becomes obviously the differentiating factor, and trust becomes the foundation of that experience. This is what makes today's function, EngageX 2026, very relevant. Today we are bringing together some of India's foremost businesses in finance and otherwise. I mean, we have what? SBI, HDFC, ICICI, IDFC, Axis, platform companies, Swiggy. I think we also have logistics companies. I think I saw a DTDC somewhere. The entire set of large organizations. I think Zepto also, I saw a speaker from there. All these leaders will speak to us on how their organizations harness artificial intelligence to create smarter, more meaningful customer experiences, and yet always concentrating on keeping the customer trust. Of course, the top guns from Exotel will also be speaking, giving us the wealth of their experience because they work with all the leaders I mentioned, so they should know better. We are hoping that today's discussions will spark fresh perspectives, throw up some actionable initiatives and insights, and some future-ready ideas for all of us to benefit from in terms of customer engagement. I thank you all for joining us, and once again, I welcome you to EngageX 2026. I hope all of us have a fruitful afternoon and a delightful evening today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you, Lata, for that perfect opening. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's talk about Exotel, which has been at the forefront of enabling intelligent customer engagement at scale, building experiences that are rooted not just in technology, but in intelligence, unity, and harmony between businesses and the people they serve. And as we begin this exploration into the future of customer experience, there could not be a more fitting voice to set the tone. Please join me in welcoming Shivakumar Ganesan, co-founder and CEO of Exotel. All yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Welcome to EngageX, everyone. All the Exotel people, CNBC, and Forbes people, can you guys make some noise? Come on. All right. So that's the voice behind the people who have set up this stage for us, who set up EngageX for us. So can we give them a big round of applause? Thank you for putting this together. So Shivku, meet everyone. Everyone meet Shivku. Pleasure to be here, and I welcome you all. And about a year ago, I think, around about a year ago, in a similar stage at EngageX 2025, I spoke about things like autonomous contact centers, agent-monitored contact centers, agenoids. These were some of the ideas that we sort of talked about, and we initiated the thought of harmony, the vision of harmony, about which I'll speak about in a little while. And about 6 months ago, at the Gartner Kochi event, we showcased harmony for the first time. And some of you might have been there, and you may have experienced it. And so that translated a vision into reality for us. And about 3 months ago, we actually had one large enterprise customer going live on Harmony platform as well. So Harmony has now gone from vision to outcome. And through this process, the outcome has taught us this. And for those of you who's not able to read it, it says, AI in the loop, strike off, human in the loop. That's what it says. Just give me a minute. So, so this is what I'm going to talk about today. And we've done in the last year or so, we've built a lot of new products. So there is CQA, Call Quality Analysis, which delivers about 2 million worth of conversations a day worth of speech analytics. Then we launched Agent Stream. So if you get a call that is powered by AI, there is a 50% chance that it is actually transported to your phone through the Exotel telephone network. And so 25 billion interactions, 7,000 plus customers, so quite a bit of scale. So that's all of that is happening. But through this process, I've come to realize that while we've got the technology piece right, somehow the framing is wrong. Most of us have used ChatGPT. I know that. But how many people have used Claude? Any show of hands? Okay, fantastic. That's almost 70% of the group. So that's excellent. So I'm specifically talking about Claude Desktop, which somewhat changed the game about 6 months ago. And by the way, especially the panelists, depending on your time, and the rest of you all, if you have a little bit more time, at 7 o'clock, I'm going to do India's first AI phone call. And I'm going to not tell you what that is to keep the surprise. But if your time permits, it'll be great if you all can stay back. All of you should stay back for that demo. Anyhow, so far all we have done is, we type content, AI suggests. We ask it to summarize. We ask it to make decks. But the ultimate ownership of work is still with you, is still with us. And so AI is in the loop. It's like a co-pilot, if you will. But ultimately used in all the work. So it makes you efficient, it makes you faster. So that's worth something, but that's not the destination. What I want to talk about is human in the loop, which is an entirely different thing altogether. So human in the loop is when AI does the work, AI owns the work, and we as humans control, teach, mentor, sometimes even whisper, and take control and only step in when things really need to be taken care of and when it matters. And so that is what we sort of call off as human in the loop. And in the contact center world, think of a voice agent, a chat agent, having conversations with a customer, solving tickets, filling up your CRM, and those kinds of things. And then imagine a dashboard where your human agents are looking at tens of calls that are happening at the same time. Most of it is green, and then once in a while there is a red, and then the agent is now able to take control of that call, is able to maybe even whisper to the voice agent if it's possible. That's the kind of stuff that we are sort of talking about with human in the loop, and that's what at Exotel we call as harmony. So with AI in the loop, human still works, but with HITL, human in the loop, the human does mostly just assurance work, and AI does most of the heavy lifting. And that is not just a subtle reframing. It's a complete inversion of what we as humans and what's the role that we as humans are supposed to play in an AI world. So we moved from AI-assisted agents to human-assisted AI. This event's theme is AI trust and the rise of exponential CX. And in this context, obviously, we need to now talk about where is trust in all of this. And I believe that trust doesn't come by removing humans. That is a sure shot way to actually lose trust with your customers, right? So I think trust comes when AI is still doing the work, but we as humans are available as guarantors of that work, not as operators, but as guarantors of that work. And so when your customer knows that they can reach a human when they want to, if they want to. Now, of course, AI is at a place where it's rarely needed, but when it is needed, do they have the reassurance that they can reach a human agent, right? I think that's what really sort of brings the trust into the system. And we want to call that as exponential CX, not like solve more tickets or do the same thing more faster, speedier. Not that, but this reframing of a structural shift in the way we are delivering value with human in the loop. So, and that brings me to the question of harmony. And we think that there is a space where AI and humans can co-create, collaborate with each other to deliver the best CX possible to the end customers. And that's the space, and that's what we sort of call as harmony. And AI precision meeting human empathy, if you will. Now, that's a tagline, but that is also the underlying technology architecture of the Harmony product itself. So a majority of the work is being now done by AI, 60-70% of it, and that frees up the time for human agents to be able to focus on those few conversations where one can actually build relationships. So it's not about AI winning, it's not about humans resisting, but I think it's about co-creating, collaborating. It's about letting AI do what it's supposed to be good at and letting humans do what we are supposed to be good at. And the combination, of course, has to do much better than what individually each one of them can do. So it's not a question of humans versus AI. So Lata and Mugdha and everybody else will now ask all the right questions. Excited to be a part of the panel. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Appreciate your presence. And before I turn it over, I wanted to just leave a thought with all of you. So the question is not humans versus AI. I think the real question is, have you found your harmony? Thank you so much. That's my time. Enjoy your show.
Thank you so much for that powerful address and start and for setting the tone once again, Shivakumar. Now we are looking at our first panel. In an increasingly digital-first economy, trust has become one of the most valuable currencies a business can build. And customers today are making decisions not just based on products or pricing, but on transparency. And in sectors where every conversation carries financial, personal, or emotional significance, trust is a non-negotiable. It's no longer a soft brand value operating in the background or in silos. It directly impacts growth, retention, reputation, and long-term enterprise value. So our first session this evening explores exactly that idea. Trust is not a brand attribute, it's an economic asset. To moderate this conversation, I would request Lata to join us back on stage. And joining her on stage, may I invite Tarun Chugh, MD and CEO, Bajaj Life Insurance, Alok Agrawal, CEO, Muthoot HomeFin, Dheeraj Relly, MD and CEO, HDFC Securities, Raju Dotti, COO and L&T Finance, and may I have Shivakumar once again back, co-founder and CEO, ladies and gentlemen, Exotel.
Thank you very much, Mugdha and Shivku. That was a very inspiring presentation. And it's a nice name, Shivku. Well, the others have been introduced and perhaps many of them don't need an introduction. But the topic does. You know, we are being told to discuss that a brand is not just an indication of reputation. It's also an economic asset. And that's the point. We have brands all over. Everyone over here, whether it's L&T or HDFC or Bajaj or for that matter Exotel, everyone here is a brand. But we always think of brand as something which gives us recognition. We are today trying to discuss that brand is not just about reputation, it's about leveraging it because it is trusted. So that's the discussion. How do you leverage it to gain more trust? Because trust is at the bottom of the businesses that we are doing. Let me start with you, Shivku. Since you provide the technology, can you speak to us about technological changes that build trust? How do you see the connection?
Yeah, no, I think oftentimes we tend to use technology as something that keeps humans away, if you know what I mean, like put people on phones, put people on TVs. I think technology is a little bit like, I mean, all technology has good and bad, right? So I think the question really is, ultimately one needs to ask, what are we trying to do here? And so can we now put technology to good use to further whatever it is, the deep-rooted desires of humans? I think that's the right way to think about it. And that is somewhat my vision with Harmony as well. Technology helps, but I think ultimately it needs to help humans. I think.
Of course, but since you all are the tech company here, is that something that you all keep thinking about? Is it part of your design when you design your technology that I must ensure this builds trust?
No, absolutely. I think, ultimately we are at the service of somebody, right? So I'm at the service of my customers here. So, if that's not important, then what is, right? Like what exactly is, letting me turn up to work every day? So I think ability to keep their trust so that we can go back for more. I think that's the way to think about it. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Let me come to Tarun and check out how you look at trust. Now, here, I would assume of all of us, people are trusting you, or I would be trusting Bajaj Alliance to service me for the next 30 years when I pay for a policy. So, how do you think of trust? How do you ensure that your millions of customers trust you for the next 30 years?
It is a pickle. It's not an easy one, this one. You're talking of a product which once bought is a low engagement product. At the same time, it's a relationship which is 20 to 30 years at the very least, could be longer. But trust is at the center of it because it's possibly the most trusted product you could possibly have in your basket. The way I would, though, voice it is like, trust is like a ledger you develop year on year at every moment of truth that the customer interacts with you. One bad experience and you've kind of lost the trust. So every point is a very critical touch point because it's a rare one. It'll happen once a year maybe, but that interaction has to be rich. And what you take out of it is the economics of it. So if I look at the topic and the fact that how do you monetize that trust is something that becomes critical. So how we monetize usually, and that's how I know that my customers are still trusting me, is whether they are coming back, and kind of Shivku talked about it. Can you go back to the same insurance company and buy another policy? And for example, today we have about 25% of our every year customers are repeat customers. So that's like a good place to be in. But it becomes very difficult, to be able to keep the experience constantly positive. And two things become difficult, particularly. One is to be able to measure it. Like a silent customer, how do you measure the customer is happy or not?
What persistency? Persistency ratios are not an indication of trust.
It is of course. But, we all talk of persistency, and in CNBC you do take up persistency a lot. Sometimes it's good for the customer not to be persistent in a unit-linked policy because he or she has made the money and then decides to put the rest in a 4-5% guaranteed fund. So it's
fully paid up.
Yeah, it's fully paid up. So the product is like that. So coming back to what I was saying is how do you measure the fact that there is constant trust? And second, how do you, when the customer does come to you, you have various touch points. You have an Exotel Connect, you have various, an IVR, or you have a website, and you have your agent, and you have your branch, and you have so on and so forth. How do you start from the place where the customer left last time? So he or she doesn't have to start all over again, telling you what the issue was, etc., etc. So that gets to be the toughest part. So the answer there is only possibly one, that if there's an omni-channel experience you can give, which is a very good English to use, but not an easy one to provide. It's not an easy one to provide.
Fair point. Apologies about the alliance part. We went to town when they separated from you. Yes, it's only Bajaj Insurance. Dheeraj, let me ask you to approach from a different angle. You all have become from what was a brick and mortar company to almost entirely digital. Now, when you go that way, as Shivku was pointing out, there will be less and less human interaction and more digital interactions. How do you ensure that trust remains? Ultimately, we are still a country where we would like the hand-holding, the human hand-holding. So how do you all ensure that when you go to digital, the trust still remains?
So you're right, Lata, that now we are completely a digital company, and 93% of our customer use digital properties to transact with us. But having said that, I think let me start with first on trust. For me, trust is availability and adherence to certain quality standards. Availability is the most critical thing. Like, let's say you go to a parking and you want to start your car, you have keys, and you switch on the ignition, you are sure that the car will start and you will be able to go to the place you are looking forward to. Same thing when it used to happen in a brick and mortar ecosystem for branches of banks, that 10 o'clock is the time when branch opens. You go at 10 o'clock, somebody will be there to service you, somebody will attend to you as per your requirement and meet or exceed your expectations. That has equally transpired to now digital properties, because digital properties are available 24/7 as and when customer has time and they are looking forward to check their portfolio. When they open their app, they log in, the app will tell them exactly what they are looking forward for. So that is something which is very, very critical and important. Availability and also adhering to the certain quality standards. On top of it, now customers are looking forward for a greater experience. They don't want to spend, it's not their core activity that they would spend all the time on particular application. They are looking forward for a precise, simple, straight, credible answers. I want to look at my portfolio. What's the value of my portfolio? Has it increased, decreased on today, or since the time I am holding it in the context of our business? They should get to see that very clearly, and they have a trust that the calculations are absolutely impeccable and there is no validation that they need. Yeah.
Got your point. The point is, even when they check 24 hours, is it possible for them to get a human voice at the end? Is that also something that has to be welded when you shift from a branch-led model to a digital model?
See, if we serve customers across all geographies, not in India only, and customer also operate at a different time zones also. Within India also, they have their own way of engaging with with us. So that way, it's humanly impossible to service them 24/7 with the brick and mortar ecosystem. But as Shivku said, that it's human in the loop, AI or technology. I won't say just AI. It's the technology that will serve the customer 24/7 very clearly. That's something has been given and have been assimilated in India big time. So it's not only confined to financial services space, it is the way of life for most of us now.
I request you all to hold a little, because we're recording what you're saying. We'll hold you to it. Okay, let me just move away from AI a bit and come to trust per se. Alok, your, Muthoot is the giant, and now into home finance. We have always identified it with gold, and it's absolutely the leader in that business. How does trust get transferred? Does it get transferred automatically? I mean, it's a question actually that's relevant to all of you over here. If you just take the parent's name, does trust come? Or does it have to be proven and achieved at each point?
Yeah. So Lata, let me start with quoting this. I represent Muthoot Group, Muthoot Finance. And we are in the lending business. Of course, gold loan is the primary business we are in. And gold loan is the only lending product where the customer has to trust the lender more than the lender has to trust the customer. A customer walks in with say 10 grams of gold worth 1.5 lakhs and goes out with, say, 1 lakh of cash in hand. He's already leaving money on the table. So we have been in this business for decades and decades now, across 7,500 branches across the country, and people walk in with branches with gold in their hand. So trust is something we commit, we deliver. We commit and we deliver, and we keep doing that boring thing again and again without flinching. And we are very sure what we are going to commit. So that's how trust is gained, by doing what you say and doing that again and again repeatedly, and trying to institutionalize it and build it as a DNA so it is replicated, repetitive across all your branches, across all your feet on street, and across all your services. And that has been something as a culture which has been built into Muthoot and has been ingrained in the organization. And that's how it's built up. Now, coming to your question is, trusting one automatically relates to other. Now see, trust has to be earned. A group company customer may bring me familiarity. He may know the brand Muthoot. But just because he's familiar to a group company doesn't mean I use the data without consent. I use the data without his explicit understanding of why the data is being used. Familiarity gets you in the door. But if I am doing actions and things which are breaking customer trust, I may lose him even from the primary business. So what I do is I build in ways and means to educate the customer what are the other products and services available at a time convenient to him. See, gold loan is a short tenured product, 3 months, 6 months at max. I handle affordable housing. Now, typically my customer would buy a house somewhere in the age group of 30 to 45. And he will buy only one house in his lifetime. So in that sweet spot of 15 years, I have to catch him when he's planning to buy a house. He may borrow a gold loan for a marriage, for education, for medical expense, for refurbishment, for whatever.
He's a repeat customer.
Yeah, he's a repeat customer. But for me to catch him at the right time when he wants a home loan is very difficult stroke of luck. Unless he walks into the branch and sees that, okay, Muthoot offers home loan and inquires voluntarily. And that time, how quickly we are able to turn it around and serve him and ensure we deliver what we commit is what gets the customer committed for life. And that's what we try and do repeatedly.
I think the common thing running from all of you is that, yes, the brand gets you the customer. He only comes, it helps him enter the door, but thereafter keeping him is a repeat performance of efficiency and transparency. Actually, Raju, you are in a more advantageous position in the sense that L&T Finance renders a range of your service infrastructure, SME, MSME, retail as well. How is trust the common factor? Just talk to us about, what you see common in all these activities.
So good afternoon all. Actually, when all of them were talking, my attention was half at them and half at the constituents which comprises L&T Finance. So when it comes to the customers, look at the Shibu's end. He is creating a technology from the urban center. I am not diminishing, by the way, but he is creating a technology from the urban center. He uses Amazon, Netflix, and many other very suave technological platforms. Everyone, for all of us for that matter. But we have to now cater to customers who are spread across the width and breadth of the country. So when we look at the customers, L&T Finance, we have a customer who is a lady in a village who borrows as little as 55,000 rupees, whose husband is working in a city as a migrant. When you understand that customer and that customer's need, your build-up of the technology is going to be different than when it comes to what Alok mentioned about the gold loan. Now the gold loan is also, the gold is provided by the hungry customer, but many a times it is the gold that belongs to a lady that is most of the time Sridhan. So when you understand the sentiment behind it, then you will understand that there is a very little scope, or in fact there is no scope to be breached when this interaction happens. And then many other products basically come in over there. As far as we are concerned, and for that matter all banks, NBFCs, as well as the nationalized banks are concerned, we are that way regulated. RBI has come up with some kind of a regulation for us to behave in a particular manner. But when it comes to the AI, all that they have come up with something called free AI framework. That is the framework for responsible and ethical enablement of AI. And there's a framework which consists of few hundred pages. RBI at this point in time has not yet come, and I think they will not probably very soon come as to how would we go ahead and regulate this particular behavior between a customer and a regulated entity. As they say, when the food is getting cooked in the kitchen, one should not enter into the kitchen because kitchen is messy. All that we are seeing is around is the messiness. But within that, the scope to bridge the trust for the customer is almost zero. And that is where I think whether it is a regulated entity doing this secure product or an unsecured product. Sometimes people say that when it comes to the secure product, as he mentioned just now, that he has pledged the gold. When it comes to the home loan, he is going to give the deposit of the title deeds to you for a loan which will be there for 20 years. That customer is going to definitely look at the brand's value. He is going to hand over the title deeds of the paper of his house, which he expects, when I repay the loan, must come back to me. So I wouldn't really say that the brand has minimal value. All the players have the value in the ecosystem, be it the brand, be it the customer's trust that we need to win. But the center of it is the employee. Employee which deals with all these customers, if one of they end up faltering, it creates the damage for the entire brand.
Oh, that is true. One bad apple can make it extremely difficult for the rest of the business and even allied businesses perhaps to get the next customer. Okay, let me it's not, okay, RBI has not stepped in and put in any ethical rules on AI and how you use it to breach or not breach privacy rules, but the DPDP Act has already come. So, let me start with the DPDP Act, Shivku. When you see the industry, do you find them capable of not breaching the DPDP Act, or are you finding many of them kind of scampering, oh my God, we didn't think of this, now we have to cover this part, which is not yet secure, either through, masking the number. Are you finding the industry unprepared for the DPDP Act?
See, frankly, the industry and Exotel, we are all scampering. So, I think, okay, customer privacy is real. I don't want anybody to get my number. So, that's how the world thinks about it. So, that's for sure. And then there is, I don't know, mythos and things like that is going to come soon. So God knows what is about to happen to all the buggy code that we've written. So, I think it's very important to pay attention to security in general, privacy in general in this day and age, because there's a lot of power with tech now in many people's hands. So I think the general direction of where, let's say, the industry is going, where the regulators are growing, I think that's fine. But I think sometimes the speed with which they do things, the extent to which they do things, the reaction times that is available, some of these things are a little hard to follow. But it is what it is. So we will.
I think the industry has a distance to cover when it comes to the DPDP Act and protecting customer privacy, or have some of the bigger customers achieved it?
So, of course, I don't know the entirety of what people do with DPDP. I'm not privy to that. But it is true that, companies do have some ground to cover. Of course, masking number is just one of the several aspects of DPDP, and that's one aspect that we do very well. So what she's referring to is that I think we actually came up with number masking before number masking was a thing. So most of you would have, when you've taken an Uber or an Ola, you'll see these landline numbers from where the calls are coming from. That was actually one of Exotel's earliest products. So in that sense, you've all used Exotel even before you knew it was Exotel. So I know the space. I know why companies have to do it. But of course, the act itself is a lot more than just number marking. So it's a journey.
Okay. Yes, it is. Tarun, you want to add to that? Do you think, since you all are leading in this industry, would you say that, I get perturbed when there is a crank call asking me, I don't know it's crank. It's offering me a service. I'm not sure whether my number or my data has already gone to someone outside the company. They usually pose as your company, and we have to find out the dot is in the wrong place, so it's not the official company. So do you think the industry is up there on masking numbers, on ensuring privacy? I'm just taken by this DPDP Act a great deal.
So in our perspective, and usually in financial services, there are three aspects of DPDP which become relevant. One is, like you said, how do you keep your data, is it masked, etc. The second is data security per se, right? But I think where everything is changing, particularly specifically in DPDP, is how we use the data. Initially, trying to get your consent. So it's really around the consent architecture. Earlier, if there could be, there was a hidden consent in a form somewhere, you would just tick it, or if you, even if you don't tick it, it's assumed it's there. And we can use it the way we want. Now it is specific. As for the DPDP, it is for a purpose, and it is revocable. So I can just revoke it as a customer, right? So now this aspect is something that the industry will have to get used to. And now you can't just call somebody like that. Now when you're talking of crank calls, that's a different world altogether. That's about security, I'd say. But I think the consent architecture is where we all need to now. And that's, I think, what Shivku's saying we all have to grapple with and try to solve for it. So it'll become very critical that what is the consent infrastructure we're building? What are the do's and don'ts we're building in the processes? Are people aware that you can't do this beyond a certain extent? Does a customer really know, that he or she can revoke this consent? The customer, have you even written your document in such a way that a customer now knows that, look, I have to give a consent? Or is it somebody just called you and said, sir, sign kar dijiye, theek hai? So the world is changing. And I think it is a huge change. Trainings have to be done. People have to be understood. Now, I might keep the data the way I do, right? And I'd be able to handle the consent architecture. But if I have 200,000 advisors, I have 28,000 employees, I'm talking about Bajaj Life, and all these people, now a salesperson may just keep your data in his textbook. And what am I supposed to do about that? But maybe I'll be held responsible. So it's things like that which are the things that are unknown as of now. And I think that's what we'll have to grapple with. The technology is there. Yeah. But beyond that is where behaviors is where it comes in.
No, I agree. You're looking at it from the corporate angle. And let me react as a customer. That consent is given almost like a checkbox. We don't even read. Have you checked this box after reading the terms and conditions? How many of us have read any term and condition? Whether you're reading Guardian newspaper or whether you're applying for a loan, we just check it without consideration.
So let me before you give it off, and specifically to this, there is this entire discussion around the government, which hasn't yet surfaced, but I can sense it's coming, is around dark patterns. Are you really declaring clearly what you're talking about? The government is talking about that. So these kind of things will get addressed.
Okay. The sheer size of the document we sign deters us from reading every word. So someday that will have to change. Does Exotel deal with that? Usually the consent form is so much and also ran, so much not considered by the customer. Are you all in the technology to make it more relevant to the customer, getting his informed consent?
A little bit. Of course, we have our DLT platform, and there's a little bit of work that we do there. But actually, we are also subject to similar regulations. So we actually come under the Department of Telecommunication. So we have our own forms, which we actually distribute to all of them to fill. So
okay. I think I'll move away from DPDP for a bit and get to the other point, which AI will bring to the fore even more. And I think I would like actually more of you to react to that. When AI is able to give you so much about the customer, you're able to reach the customer for other products. Tell me, Dheeraj, at what point are you able to, stop from being a nag? Because you know so much about the customer, you're constantly giving them products. So do you all also think about that I should not go to the customer too persistently?
So my take on data privacy is that data privacy has to be a proposition and not anymore a compliance. That's something would be actually changing the mindset at all our companies level and CXOs level. Then we will be able to do justice to it. You said that we are signing so many terms and conditions and That's where you can leverage even AI also. You can put the terms and condition, upload them to Perplexity or ChatGPT and ask that, are these terms and condition draconian or favorable? Which one I should be actually looking at more closely and get an answer to that. For a full 4 pages terms and conditions can be summarized for you to look at only 30 words, which you can actually read it more carefully. And if you are not comfortable, you should not be compliant with that.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Thank you very much.
So that's where I think the AI has many use cases. AI can actually improve the way we operate, work, and respond to various situations in life. It's all about leveraging it. In fact, I was looking at one video and I really liked about that particular content. And I said, I put that video to Perplexity, which I use more often. And I said, give me an Indian context to it and summarize it for me. And it could able to tell me that, in the global context, this was the thing, but I think you are not, I used word translate it to you. So the Perplexity corrected, I will not translate it, but I would give you a perspective on the same. So that's how the AI is getting evolved and becoming more and more relevant and meaningful for you. In fact, I would urge all of you to do a SWOT analysis about your company with your team members and spend full day to the same, and then ask Perplexity to do the same. It will do it, Perplexity or ChatGPT, it will do better job than the entire team has done.
Show the mirror to you. Fair point. Actually, let me just... Yeah.
You said that, in terms of communication, we have higher engagement products like in stockbroking and distribution of financial products. We have much more wider and deeper engagement with the customers than many of those who are in the panel, because they're probably selling one product or one policy to the customers. That's where, we have been working on to go to a hyper-personalized content for the customers. I'll give you an example. Let's say a company A has declared a dividend. How do you expect your 1 lakh customers who have their demat balances on that particular stock to know about it? It's not their core job to track when a company is declaring dividend, when dividend will get paid. There is a different date on which dividend is declared, different day on dividend is paid. You are not going to expect this for customers to track it for themselves. So that's where hyper-personalization is important and relevant, and you give them the right nudges, right information, then only they will remain engaged. If you send them a generic communication, let me tell you now, customers are sick and tired of generic communications, and they are absolutely not up for the same.
Okay. No, I want to come to Raju for another question, but let me just finish this hyper-personalization. Tarun, very often when I have told people, I was speaking to this person from this bank or this NBFC, can you please tell them not to nag me with any more messages? This is very often a point that comes to me. As if I can tell them that. But Tarun, this hyper-personalization can become a double-edged sword. So is that something up there that it is not a trust factor as much as something that may keep the customer, keep you at arm's length? Is that a thought that comes when you are designing your AI and your hyper-personalization?
Yeah, I think the core point there that comes when you think about this is, A, the proposition that Dheeraj talked about. A, is it meaningful enough to the customer for him or her to feel that my information was used properly? I think that's the only question we are talking about really here. But if you use my information improperly, then I'm going to be really unhappy with you. And I'm going to be asking you so many other things. If you're not keeping my information secure, well, then God help you. So I think that's the crux of all of it. So whenever we're designing this entire thought process, that what should we do with all the personalization or the hyper-personalization, that becomes a core question you've got to ask yourself. Yeah, what's in it for me?
Okay, let me just digress to another point, because when I was reading up for what is a difficult topic for me, I heard that L&T Finance has a very impressive AI stack, that you'll have something called Project Cyclops for underwriting and Project Nostradamus for portfolio prediction. Now, are you all sure that at what point do you think that this AI explainability has arrived, or it is hallucinating? How do you approach AI?
So a bit about Project Cyclops. It is our proprietary and inbuilt developed credit underwriting machine. Now this particular model actually takes care of many trust signals. So typically an underwriting is done at looking at the customer's profile, right? So where we are now basically trying to triangulate the customer's banking data with the help of account aggregator, the customer's identity proof by taking API from the UIDAI network, then the PAN from the NSDL network, then you go back and then look at the customer's basically area, geography basically. Now this is more relevant for a farmer for that matter. Because a farmer situated in a particular region, what kind of a crop is there, what is the cycle of a crop, what are the prices in the mandi prevailing at that point in time. And then of course last but not the least the data from the credit bureau, wherein you get the horoscope of a customer right from the time he has started basically banking with some of the regulated entities because they are mandated by RBI to report to these bureaus. So you get all comprehensive information and then you build models around it and then that is being used for the purpose of giving the loan to that customer. When it comes to the customer, the journey starts at the time when you basically source a customer and give him a loan. But after that, you have to also ensure that he gives the money back. And that is where the portfolio management comes into picture. At the time in the moment when you gave him the money, he would be probably the best in class credit at that point in time. Whether his credit has deteriorated after you have given the loan. And that comes the Nostradamus basically, wherein it will give you the information. Now, of course, the account aggregator framework enables the customer to provide you the information from time to time. He was mentioning about the consent infrastructure. Actually, the consent infrastructure is getting legitimized with the DPDP Act. But if you see the behavior of lending entities, it is already in vogue for decades actually. The consents are already being given. They are getting legitimized now. When it comes to the account aggregator framework, you will be having access to that customer's bank account, his spending pattern, his salary getting increased for that matter, income getting increased, which is where the cross-selling angle would come in. So you will go with the collection efforts if the situation is worsening, or you will go for an additional product if you think that the situation is improving, or you may go for an upsell. Like that is where most of the banks, they send you these messages that you have now approved offer of additional 5 lakhs and you was wondering, ye kahan se aa gaya? That is because they are watching your credit profile and then they are giving you those offers basically.
Fair point. Okay, that's a little consoling. Then I wouldn't be that irritated when we get those messages. Well, I have more questions and less time. Alok, I wanted to ask you, you can give a lot of empathy, attention when when your AUM was 2,000 crores. In 1 year, you all went to 3,000 crores, almost 2,900 FY25 numbers. I don't know your FY26 numbers. How do you scale trust? How do you scale empathy?
Believe me, Lata, scaling AUM is much easier than scaling trust. Okay. See, when you scale, more than often, there are more visibility of gaps across the organization. When you have to scale trust, first thing you have to ensure is you are consistent across all your delivery platforms. And when you scale, you expand to more geography, you expand to more locations. Maintaining that standard, consistent customer experience is very important. So first and foremost, we focus on that. And with the advent of technology, let me tell you, with technology, AI, processing has improved. Customer acquisition speed has gone up. But the journey will only last if there is trust in the system. You may onboard a customer, you may acquire a customer very fast due to technology and other things, but the journey should last. And trust is the only bedrock, both in life and business, for anything to be consistent and lasting. So we try and maintain the trust, we commit right, and we honor what we commit. And that we do it again and again. That's it.
Fair point. Actually, I'm missing a banker over here. In your case, you all have to trust the customer. For the banker, the customer has to trust them. So I guess their questions will be tough. And so in life insurance, I agree with you. I completely concede that point that you all have to be trusted. Okay, we are at the last 1 minute. I'm told by the organizers. So a rapid fire. What is the most important quality that the organization should concentrate on? Will it be efficiency? Will it be empathy? Will it be transparency? Will it be scale? I just want, or some other quality that I have not even thought of. If possible, monosyllabic answers.
Sorry, what were the 4 options again?
Well, I thought technological efficiency. What else did I say? Technological efficiency, transparency, empathy. Which one would you say is most important?
I would say customer service.
Customer service, CX.
Customer experience.
Okay, so actually you all are in the same place. CX.
All of it.
All of it. No, but which would be the most important? I mean, just to see.
You can't do one without the other, as simple as that.
Alok?
Yeah, I would agree. Building trust across through all of it.
Okay.
So building trust would be the one.
Okay, so we didn't choose the wrong topic then.
Marriage of artificial intelligence with emotional intelligence.
Okay, that's well put. I think human in the loop was something like that. Thank you very much, Raju, Alok, Tarun, Dheeraj, and Shivku. I was not very sure where I would go with something that looked a little nebulous to me. Trust as an economic asset. We are wiser in terms of the way in which our panel is thinking about it. Thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. Okay, I'm being told by this remote AI that there are some certificates waiting for all of you.
Yes. And that would be to acknowledge our speakers' participation today. We would now present the Grow Billion Trees certificate to each of our panelists as a token of our appreciation. And as part of this initiative, we will be planting a tree in their names, which will be a step towards greener future as their partners.
Once again.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lata. Can we have a photo up, please? All of you, can I request you to come in the middle of the stage? Center stage. Thank you. With that, we move on to our next panel. As enterprises continue to scale in an AI-driven world, customer experience is no longer being shaped by isolated touch points. It is being built on intelligent systems that can learn from behavior, predict needs in real time, and continuously evolve with every interaction. Now, the future of CX will belong to organizations that move beyond reactive engagement towards infrastructure that is adaptive, anticipatory, and deeply personalized at scale. Our next session is building CX that learns, predicts, and compounds, and it will explore exactly the shift that I was talking about. To moderate this panel, may I welcome Mridu Bhandari, Senior Anchor and Consulting Editor, Network 18, to the stage. And joining Mridu here, Vijay Bahu Joshi, Associate Vice President and Head of Experience Design, Reliance Jio. Marina Datta, Head Front-End Digital Transformation, Aditya Birla Paints. Rohan Shajair, VP Product, Last Mile and Customer Experience at Swiggy. All yours, Mridu.
Thank you, Mugdha. Hello and welcome, everyone. Well, for years, customer experience was largely reactive. A complaint came in, a response went out. But today, we are entering an era where customer experience is beginning to learn, predict, and even compound over time. The real question today is not how good is your customer service, it is how intelligent is the infrastructure behind your customer service. Because increasingly, competitive advantage is coming not just from better products or services, it's coming from systems that can anticipate friction, coordinate responses across functions, personalize interactions at scale, and most importantly, do all of this while building trust. To unpack what this intelligence layer in CX really looks like in practice, we have three leaders building it at scale across telecom, manufacturing, and digital commerce. Marina and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us here today. Well, let's begin with a sort of a quick warm-up. So maybe perhaps one-line answers from each of you on one big customer behavior or one big customer signal that enterprises today are perhaps underestimating right now. Vijay Bahu, do you want to start?
Yeah, this is a slide of a bitter pill, since I'm a practicing designer and part of several forums where ethnographic studies are conducted. So there is a huge shift in the way we are reacting to situations. So our fundamental analysis, the anger quotient, the hatred, and the anxiety has gone up multifolds. In the current domain, the CX cycles are unable to match, and I'll just dissect this in two very simple parts. There are pockets of the country where this behavior is very, very different. Case in point, a land where series of wars have happened in the past. There's a lot of stress in the land, 500 years, 300 years. The way people react to a customer defect in that particular zone versus a zone where a lot of divinity is there, irrespective of which religion, which customs are being practiced, people behave in absolutely different way. Our current disadvantage is our CX modules are monolithic, which is kind of an adoption from the West. The day we start dissecting this as per a particular regional understanding or a geographical understanding, and there are enough data evidences, our models will change. I guess as enterprises, we are missing out on this one, huge factor.
That's really a new one that I've heard, that enterprises are not accounting for hatred or for the stress caused by conflict. Thank you for sharing that. Marina?
We are sitting in a world where we are surrounded by data, and data tells stories. So as a consumer, most of the brands have a lot of information about me, a lot of data about me. What is the story that they're weaving around me? What is the personalization that they're doing around me is the shift that organization really needs to move into. Rather than giving me a generic story, tell me a story that I want to hear. Thank you.
Right. Rohan?
Couple of shifts that I'm watching closely. One, coming from quick commerce, I feel that customers have gone to a world where there is zero tolerance for any effort. Right? So customers don't want to wait. They don't want to search. The idea and the expectation is that brands should understand consumers and anticipate and not just respond. Right? So that's one, zero effort or low effort. The second, I feel that loyalty is quickly evolving. If you recall, maybe in my early days, it started with scratch cards, moved to loyalty points, moved to subscription. I feel that today, consumer experience itself is a moat. Right? So a brand where effort is low and trust is high is where I think the win lies for the brand. Right? And this is one theme which at least I'm watching very closely.
Right. Absolutely. CX and customer experience is really the moat, and we are going to unpack that a lot more during the course of this conversation. But let's start with the first question then, which is, what does an intelligence layer really look like when it comes to CX? And Vijay Bahu, if you were to chart down, top 3 metrics or parameters, which a very impactful intelligence layer in CX must have, what would those be for you?
Again, the answer would be design-centric because we do this day in and day out. So the first layer would be sense-conscious layer. Second is context conscious. That is where most of the innovations will come from. And third is a no-brainer, the budget conscious. I will not touch upon the last one because I think we understand the context very much. Now, sense conscious is something just for the audience. I'll quote an example of 2 common brands. Let's say we talk about an audio brand called Marshall, right? You are able to see that, you're able to touch that, you're able to hear that, but you're not able to taste that, you're not able to smell, provided somebody innovates on that domain. Cut to a situation, then when you see this particular brand, you need to draw your matrix, which is a leading element on which your brand story can be brought up. This is a very design-centric way of looking at things. The second concept is, let's say we talk about McDonald's. Again, those 5 senses come into play, right? You're able to see, you're able to eat, you're able to, smell it, you're able to see it, but you're not able to hear it, right? So in that context, you need to decide where these leading layers are happening. And the day design walks into the boardroom with respect to the dissection of these elements, the game starts changing. Unfortunately, we don't have enough neurodesign practices happening in the country, but this is where fundamentally the game happens. So this is one part of the story. Now, context is something very interesting to understand. So suppose we talk about quick commerce, and you had a situation where somebody got a phone call, let's say, one of the leading, executives out here, that you got a raise today, you got promoted, and next month onwards, or next year onwards, you'll get 45 lakhs extra, right? And as you enter your home, you're trying to make a tea, you open the milk packet, and the milk is sour. It's all rotting. The second situation is you walk into a home where you realize you have been laid off, right? Where you have to fend for your EMI and everything, right? And now you open the milk packet and the milk is sour, right? So these are called as situations which are around the same product but in different context and understanding. The unfortunate part right now is we are letting all the edge cases slip through the door, right? So once we have a proper measurement system taking place, a proper matrix coming into picture, the real model of innovation is start, because the people who are observing this, they are observing this from a very single monolithic lens.
All right, very interesting. Well, all of this innovation around the intelligence layer comes from data. Now, Marina, legacy companies have years of customer data to build on, but new age businesses don't really have that luxury. So if you're building an intelligent CX system right from day one, how do you make it effective, even though you really don't have years of institutional data to bank on?
Thank you so much for the question. Fortunately, in my career, I have worked for both legacy organizations and new age organizations as well. I will go to a little bit of the fundamentals here. So I think before moving to data, let's get to the systems. I think as an advantage, what new age organization has today is that they're starting from ground zero, which means that they have the ability to create connected digital ecosystems. In the world of CPG, where I come from, typically, if you look at the field teams, they have some systems called as the Salesforce automation systems. Our dealers are under dealer management systems. Enterprise-wise, we have ERP. For customers, we have customer application, websites, and for customer complaints, there is a CRM. So keeping all of this, now imagine all of these systems are talking to each other real time. What is the power of data that is getting generated? And on top of this, if you add the data intelligence layer to it, it's like cherry on the top. So what I'm primarily trying to explain here is that while legacy organization might have years of historical data, not necessarily they do have the advantage of a connected ecosystem, because they come from 50 to 100 years and their systems have also evolved over 50 to 100 years. I would also like to give an example of one legacy organization who is a global OTT player. And they wanted to break into the Indian OTT segment. Typically what happened during this period was that they didn't have much information about the viewership of the Indian OTT market. And hence, there's something called as borrowed intelligence. What they did was they had global viewership. And looking at this global viewership data, they extrapolated that to India. And they were very smart. What they did was they personalized it very quickly to fit to the Indian consumers. I think smarter ways of gathering data is also pretty much possible, and it enhances the customer experience in a very big way. Thank you.
Right, absolutely. Rohan, building on that, now at Swiggy, you're in charge of not just gathering customer intelligence, but also acting on it in real time. So what does that really tell us about the intelligence architecture at Swiggy? And does it make decision making much faster or simply more complex?
So yeah, at Swiggy, I think there is a general philosophy that the person who reads the signal is the one who owns the response, right? So given that, I own both intelligence as well as the execution, obviously we are able to close the loops a lot faster, and nothing is left to translation. Now, that makes the job difficult, yes, because I'm just not hearing what is happening, but we have to do something about it. And I think it is operationalized quite beautifully at Swiggy, where, of course, we on both food, quick commerce, dine out, we are doing tons of orders. Few orders obviously go wrong, right? So there is a lot of commentary that we get on social media to our CXOs, right? So one idea is to, of course, respond to that here and now. But the real game is in terms of analyzing those deeply, identifying trends, and either solving them within my own span or making some teams accountable who can actually solve that for the consumer. So, yes, I think complexity is by design, because it puts intelligence to action rather than being trapped in dashboards or some sort of analytics framework.
Complexity is almost a moat for you, internally at least. Well, so we've spoken about the architecture, but intelligent systems are only as good as the quality of signals that they receive. Now, that becomes a question of design, of data, of coordination across various departments in an enterprise. So let's talk about designing that intelligence. And Vijay Bahu, now AI is, of course, redefining pretty much every industry, including design, including art. Now, as a practicing CX designer, how do you really look at the current pace of AI evolution and the role in CX design that you foresee in the next couple of years?
See, we have been using tools since millennia. It's been like 30 years. We are anyways part of digital tools and systems. It just so happened over the last particularly 3 years, a lot of tools for creativity has also come into the fore, in which some kind of a guesswork can happen. While it does give you a perspective, suppose, earlier you want to test and design about 4 different models. It would take about a month's time. Today it takes about 2 days of time. Now, with that also seeps in a lot of bias, because these models which we are currently using, they are effectively trained on a non-Indian data. In most of the situations, of course, now you have got faces, situations, music, and that's also being generated. Now, as this is going, there is no brainer answer over here. Yes, we have to use that. But there is something called, as I love the word, human in the loop concept, that there are checks and balances just so that you're not falling off the track from innovation. You need to constantly relook at, are we using the same thing again and again? If I'm using, that means there are 20 other brands are also using. That is where there is something called as a creator's bias, which we need to be cognizant of. So creator's bias is very, very simple. What is your latent software and upbringing? Means you grew up in Bandra versus Badalpur or versus somewhere in Kashmir. Now, this is nothing but a complete huge data patch of 20 and 30 years, which is a cultural pattern. Once you start working on a problem, let's say, I would say a recharge is a problem. And years ago, I was reading about a case study where a customer's 500 rupees recharge had failed. The person called up the call center more than 15 times. He was made fun by people who were above 1 lakh per annum, but the person who was handling the call, that girl was just about 15,000 a month. The way she looked at problem was very different, but the way seniors and executives, they looked at problem very, very different. I guess these are the layers in which the monoblock model is kind of failing, and we need to go back to something called as very contextual understanding, and then plug in AI and situations and possibly even art over there.
Right. You spoke about India specifically, so let me ask you, what is it that India can do right or is already doing right in CX design that perhaps the rest of the world can really learn from?
Okay, I see the time is running out. I'll make it short. I'm a little fortunate to also work with the Ministry of Industry and Commerce on redrafting India's national design policy. Now, I'm answering from that experience. So if you look from the perspective of the mission of Viksit Bharat 2047, we need to work backwards. See, the world has given us industrial revolution, data revolution, and possibly even AI revolution. What India can contribute big time is a cultural aspect and ethical aspect going into AI. And for that, you need to revisit what India was exactly 2,000 years ago. And I'm putting an economics time perspective over there, when the India GDP was 33% overall. Now, our research reveals that the feminine quotient, which is the Nari Shakti energy, or between the Prakriti and the Purusha, the Prakritic energy, which is responsible for creation and procreation both, it was at a very high level, compounded with the factor of ultimate compassion and love. Now, the day we are able to create products and services from that particular perspective, resurrection of a feminine energy or the Shakti becomes very, very important for us. Just a quick example. Same land example where a lot of wars have taken place, 500 years, a mango tree is there. Cut to a situation of someone like a Devbhumi where a mango tree is there. both gives mango each year, right? Will the output be same? And the answer is no, right? That is where the...
Fair enough. Marina, when we think and talk CX, often we are thinking about the end consumer. Now, in a B2, B2C business, you are one step removed from the final consumer. Now, when you don't have a vision into that interaction, how do you really design the intelligence layer in CX?
That's a very, very interesting question and a big business problem across 6 industries where I've worked so far. The access to direct consumer data. Now look at FMCG, where the industry that I predominantly come from. It's a dealer and a distributor-led industry, so where you barely have an interaction with the end customer. So then how does brands really go about capturing customer insights, influence the customer experience? Let me explain this simplistically by 2 examples. The first one would be possibly, all of us book cabs, right, during our work hours, etc. In any of these cabs, when we book these, it's usually through apps which these organizations have. The interaction with this app and the customer interaction is limited. The main point of interaction is when the customer really sits in the cab and what is the kind of driver behavior is happening, which way is the route designed, how is the driver traveling, what's about the cleanliness of the car. Now imagine a brand having no control on all of this. So how does the brand really influence customer experience is the big question. So what typically such brands do is they have a method of taking ratings after each ride, right? They also track your ride. So they also know the deviation that's happening. They do driver behavioral analytics. Another pertinent example will be hotels. Whenever you go to any hotels, typically the platforms through which you book your hotels, they barely have less influence on you. The more customer experience really happens at the moment of truth between the hoteliers and you. Then how does these big brands really control the experience again there? This is again through ratings. I think signals are very, very important, and they can be achieved through these methods, through ratings, through feedbacks, and incorporating them and enhancing the customer experience. Thank you.
All right, so let's also talk about the Swiggy experience. Now, at Swiggy, the post-order window lasts just moments. Seconds. Now, that means you're trying to solve problems sometimes before the customer even realizes that there might be a problem. How do you build intelligence systems that are proactive in such a compressed time frame? And how does that really impact the way you communicate with your customer post the order?
Yeah, so I think the post-order is in fact fairly brutal, right? Because sometimes you have minutes and even seconds to respond before the experience turns into a bad memory, right? So I think what we have done over a period of time is move to a world where we know for a fact that it's not about responding fast, but it is about anticipating what could go wrong and then plan your actions accordingly. Over a period of time, especially with the advent of AI, what has gotten easier is to build a proactive and a reactive service recovery mechanism. And this is also developed over a period of time. So for context, earlier we used to have, let's say, X number of signals. Today, as we stand, we have like 4X number of signals, and they range all the way from predicting delay, to predicting traffic, to what is happening at the restaurant, to what is happening with the delivery partner, to is it raining or not raining. Based on that, vast majority of issues we are able to preempt and fix them before customer actually realizes. Now, of those that come to us and consumers are aggrieved, again, the way the systems are built, we are able to assess consumer intent, sentiment, and the full context of the order to actually make AI actionable and not just conversational, right? So yeah, that's been our journey. And I can't say that, or I can't pretend or say that, this is, the journey is complete. There is a lot of work to be done, but the ambition is very, very clear that the conversation needs to shift from being reactive to very, very proactive. And us reaching out to the consumer with a resolution and not really an apology, right? So that's the world that we are trying to move towards.
Right. And I want to pick up on the flip side of being proactive or predictive. Vijay Bahu, now as predictive intelligence becomes more and more powerful, the chances of human biases creeping in are also increasing, right? Now, how should companies think about preventing human bias from quietly creeping into CX design?
I'll be brief in that. So one of the biases, one segment of the biases come from the tools that we use, the suggestions, our prompts, and whatever we receive. The second biases come from the upbringing. I've already spoken about that. I guess there is now time and enough, I think, background research is happening that it's time that we shift the concept of user centricity to the designer or creator centricity. Just allow me 2 minutes to explain. So there is something called as your role of human body in sensing a situation. Suppose you are a radio or a camera. If there is a dust on the lens, your capacitors are not working, one of your light sensors are not operating properly. So there is very definite answer that your things are not happening. Case in point, your kidneys, they handle the logic in the decision making. Liver happens, manages all courage-based decision making. Gut, which is your intestine, they are your second best sensing organ. Now we have studied in the past, and this is a very different answer out there. If you are working on a women-centric subject and you had non-vegetarian food for 7 days, and you go out and study the field, and males are studying and females are studying, your way of looking at a problem is very different versus a lemon water-based diet for 7 days, right? So I think there are now researches happening all across, particularly in the AI realm, where they are started looking after the people who are at the helm of these affairs, who are actually creators. No phones for 7 days, right? No screen time, right? They have to sleep properly, and then it's their body which starts attracting innovative answers and questions, whatever it is, and then they go back to the drawing board and create products and services that we end up started using.
Very, very interesting, but very hard to implement at scale across the globe, don't you think? Marina, one of the other big enterprise challenges is data silos. Now, the same intelligence may or may not be available to, let's say, the manufacturing department, distribution, sales, HR, finance, across the organization. So how do you make sure that intelligence actually travels to all departments and drives coordinated action across business functions? Because that's something that especially large legacy organizations are really grappling with.
Thank you so much for the question. I think everybody in this room will probably relate to that question. Today, data typically resides in silos, and predominantly also because most of the organization, matrixed organization, functional silos also exist. Then what really is the solution? How do we break into these data silos? So one couple of practical ways in which this can be done, and many organizations are doing it, is building common KPIs across functions. There are other ways in which, for example, the narrative really needs to change from whether it's only data and insight or whether it's data and insight leading to some decisions. Let me explain this by giving us a gold standard example. I'm not taking the name of the brand, but it's in the e-commerce space, a global brand again. So typically, whenever there is a customer complaint happening, immediately the seller ratings gets adjusted. If there is a delivery delay that is happening, the logistic team springs into action and they will change the delivery partner. If there is a product concern, product quality related concern, the sourcing team's place. So see what's happening here is you're breaking the functional silos and data is really driving decisions. I think this is where I feel that most organizations should also move into, be it legacy organizations or new age firms as well. Thank you.
All right, so let's close out this conversation with a look at the future. And Rohan, if I can come to you, give us a quick sense of where Swiggy is at when it comes to agentic AI. Where are you in that journey? And what will the Swiggy of, let's say, 5 years from now look and feel like in terms of CX?
So I think, I feel for us from here, context is going to be everything. More and more, we are able to build context of the consumer. We will be able to take more proactive actions, like I mentioned earlier. I think from a CX standpoint, one of the things, the way that things will evolve is that the traditional AI applications today, a lot of it is conversational, but the consumer expectation is multifold, right? One, people don't really like talking to bots, right? So how can you make bots be closer and closer to humans, right? So something which we are very aspirational about is trying to bring the bot as close as possible to the human emotion, human conversations. Now, one of the experiment which has worked for us, apart from regular evals, etc., is actually leaking a certain percentage of conversation always to humans. And it is not that machines cannot solve these conversations, but the idea is that what are the communication strategies, what is the context that humans are able to use better, where the experience delivered by machines is diverging from what is delivered by humans, right? And that is a constant loop that we are trying to build into our AI systems, which is evolving the kind of signals that we are consuming and the conversational strategy for every situation and every consumer. So I feel that that is the evolution of agentic AI, where on consumer experience, where AI bots will not just be conversational, but they will be as emotional. They will have the right context, and they will have the right conversation strategy and a resolution, which is equivalent to what humans can deliver.
All right. On that note, final 30 seconds to each of you. Imagine we are at EngageX 2031, 5 years from now. So today we are here talking about trust. We are talking about the intelligence layer of CX. We are talking about CX as part of the P&L and a boardroom priority. What do you think we are going to be talking about 5 years from now when it comes to CX? Vijay Bahu, you want to start? Okay, whoever wants to take the first one.
I think there's going to be a version of me, and that's going to be an agentic version of me talking to an agentic version of you. So that's going to be the future of CX for sure, and that's where this entire field is going. So it's not going to be humans. We'll have assistants possibly helping us being more efficient.
Our virtual agents are going to be attending this conference. Rohan?
So I think 2031, maybe we'll be sitting and talking about brands that know users better than the user himself, right? Because subconsciously, consciously, AI would be able to process all of that. And as a user, I'll be like, oh, wow, this is probably somebody who knows me better than anyone else and better than myself as well. So.
All right. Vijay Bahu.
Okay, digital systems and systems intelligence making you a better human being. And we have enough examples. Japan was one country, and I think I just prefer quoting an example where they noticed that parents were started spending more time in the office than at home. And the biggest invention of that entire problem is Doraemon.
All right. Well, on that very, very fun and exciting note, thank you, Rohan. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Vijay Bahu, for that very exciting conversation. Clearly, the future of customer experience is not going to be defined just by products, services, the speed of responses, but also by the layer of intelligence under customer experience. Appreciate you joining us here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Mridu, may I please request you to do the honors? The Grow Billion Trees certificate going to all our panelists. I do know, Mridu, 2031, we would have made something of the trees at least. Thank you, thank you. Can we just have a quick photo up? Yeah. Thank you, dear. Thank you. On to our next session, which will celebrate champions of CX. At a time when customer loyalty is built through interaction, organizations are realizing that exceptional CX is not created through technology alone, but through consistency, responsiveness, and empathy. And because the customer doesn't see your tech stack, they see your last conversation and how you have interacted with them, right? And few brands understand that better than Blue Dart, a company that has built its reputation on reliability, precision timing, and customer trust over decades of service and operational excellence. But before we lead into the session, please turn your attention towards the screen. We have something very special for you.
Every great conversation is a duet. One carries the wisdom of centuries. Every gesture a memory. Every movement a meaning. Intelligence so deep it lives in the body. The other, a new form of the same intelligence, born from every conversation ever held. Built to listen deeply, remember completely, and act before you even have to ask. One moves, the other anticipates. One speaks, the other already knows. Together, they reach what neither could alone. A dance born in India, a harmony built for the world. From the temple corridors of this nation to the warrior grounds of Africa. From the courts of the Emirates to the stages of Indonesia. Every customer, every culture held with the same understanding. AI carries the scale. The human carries the soul. And in every conversation between them, the customer feels heard. This is harmony.
AI carries sales, human carry conversation and soul. All right, to lead our next session celebrating champions of CX, may I please welcome Gaurav Agrawal, Chief Business Officer, Exotel. And he will be taking us through the PowerPoint presentation, of course, and then have a very special guest.
Yeah, perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. So I have a 13-year-old daughter, and she was pacing up and down the stairs recently. I looked at her. She looked very tensed. I thought, what might be the issue? Is it something to do with a boyfriend? Is it a maths problem issue? What is it that she's so stressed about? So I went to her and tried to figure it out. And she said, Papa, I ordered Zepto 15 minutes back, and it is still not arrived. Now, most of us sitting here in this room will not be able to identify with something like this because we come from a generation where patience was treated as a virtue. You could order a Bajaj scooter, fill a form, be in line for 6 months, and then it would arrive after that. A telephony connection would take a year. But in today's day and world, with the new generation, delay is not just an inconvenience. It is actually seen as a breach of trust. And what is happening currently, right? With the customer experience systems and the operational systems that are created and set up in the background, they are built on legacy softwares. And these are fragmented. They do not talk to each other, which actually sometimes could mean that a 10-minute issue drags on for days. And this creates a dent on the trust ledger that we heard some time back. Eventually, your customers end up feeling something like this.
You said this was going to be quick.
Well, are you saying that because he's a sloth, he can't be fast? I thought in Zootopia anyone could be anything. Flash, 100-yard dash. Buddy, it's nice to see you.
Nice to see you, too.
Hey, Flash, I'd love you to meet my friend. Darling, I've forgotten your name.
Officer Judy Hobbs, CPD, how are you?
I am doing just
fine,
as well as I can be. What?
Hang in there.
Can I do?
Well, I was hoping you could run a play
for you.
Well, I was hoping you could
today.
Well, I was hoping you could run.
So today we have with us someone who's been working on this problem and trying to solve for it, right? Sonia Nair joined Blue Dart 25 years back as a contact center advisor. And the day she had her interview, she told the interviewer that she wanted to head customer experience at Blue Dart. Sonia Nair is currently Vice President and heads customer experience for Blue Dart. Sonia ma'am, can we have you on stage? Thanks a lot for joining this session. Yeah. So you started your journey as contact center advisor in 1999, answering customer calls, right? And today you lead customer experience for one of the India's largest logistic brands. Looking back, what is it that you've carried since then, right? Is there some learnings from those formative years that you still keep with you on how to build customer trust?
Thanks, Gaurav. And firstly, you started by making me feel very old. 1999, a love story with Blue Dart that continues. Yes, of course, there were a lot of learnings. Actually, the days we joined, when we just started with the Blue Dart journey, the founders were very clear, you have to start from the scratch, no matter what your experience has been. And that really helped us build not only customers' trust, but learn through the journey of taking accountability, building that ownership, that I am responsible for that shipment, and looking forward to how can you resolve it at the earliest. So one thing I learned was you cannot solve a problem immediately. You might need to take time from the customer, but how do you keep the customer engaged? How do you keep him informed throughout that journey, the time it takes to deliver the shipment or whatever his query was? That was the most engaging time that we had with the customer. I think that was what built trust with the customer. That was my learning there.
Nice. So currently Blue Dart handles millions of delivery per day. But for the customer, right, it is one parcel, and that is very, very precious to them. Now, customers today, on customer engagement, they expect something that is proactive, intelligent, and real-time, rather than something that is just tracking of shipments. So, when did you realize that this is not just an operational challenge, but has become a customer design challenge for you?
So, Gaurav, when we started, I think Blue Dart was at the forefront of technology. We were much ahead of the curve. We did have a lot of applications in place where, customers could get information on their own. We didn't have to give them information. But the journey then was shipment picked up, shipment delivered. Nothing in between that. But what changed was the e-com boom that came in, or the e-tail segment that came into play. I need all the information on the mobile. I have everything handy, and that's when the anxiety level started building in. Customers wanted more of predictive and information rather than, you telling them, okay, it will be delivered as per this time. So that built the anxiety. That brought in a lot of change that we had to build in. We had to do a lot of tailor-made programs for our customers. So earlier we did have applications that used to tell customer what's happening to their shipments. But this change brought in a lot of API integrations with the customers. There were a lot of tailor-made reports. Like I said, every customer wanted their piece of information to come in their manner. And a lot of such changes pushed us into the forefront of bringing in changes as required by the customer. So that was a big change for us.
Got it. And even the world is changing today a lot, right? So AI and automation, real-time communications, this is something that is changing the way you would probably engage with a customer 5 years back versus how you engage with them today. For you, how has that journey been? What has been the changes and learnings for you in last 5 years? And what would you say something that was impossible probably 5 years back has been made possible now and you are able to achieve it?
Gaurav, even not going even 5 years back, I think when we started the journey, we wanted to put an IVR in place because having people handling calls has become a little bit of a difficult challenge because people do not like such type of a job nowadays. Although it's, it's money making, whatever. So we started on the journey of putting an IVR. It took us 3 attempts to put the IVR because every time we wanted to even put a basic IVR, our customers would say, no, we want to hear a voice.
Which year was that?
That would be around 2002, 2003, the first journey that we started of the IVR. So we had to park it. And finally in 2006, after doing survey with the customer, going back and asking them, what is it that you would want on a Blue Dart IVR? They came back saying it's a bare minimum menu that we want. And that's how we built our IVR. So when we started on this journey of, the change making now from voice to a voice bot or even going to a chat bot, we had to really sit back and think whether there will be acceptance. We are not only dealing with shippers, we are dealing with sentiments, we carry emotions of our customers. So even if a shipper is giving it as a shipment, ultimately there would be something that is really critical for him to have it delivered to his consignee. We are responsible for that. So that's how we went into this journey. It was a little difficult for us initially because we were very reluctant saying that, are we doing the right thing? Would our customers accept it? But then when we took the step forward and we said, no, let's try it out. And we, of course, partnered with Exotel. The journey was seamless, and we are seeing a very good voice coming from customers saying they're happy that we have gone ahead and taken that step. So that was how the journey started.
So actually, if you can tell about a customer interaction probably that you had, and I'm not talking about metrics or anything, but it is a personal interaction with a customer or a moment where you realized that the entire journey that you are taking, transformation journey that you are doing, customer engagement layer, the way that you are changing it, it is having an impact, and that made you really happy.
So I would not talk about the journey now that we have taken with the bot, but a journey prior to that, I could talk about a COVID situation where I feel somewhere the human connect is very, very important. During COVID, we were being in essential services. We were working right from day one. We used to handle very critical shipments at that point of time. And there was one customer I still remember. She was in the northern part of India. And it was a cancer patient for whom she had ordered some medicines. And there were interstate restrictions. People were not allowed to move. We were not allowed to cross borders. But the way our operations, our customer service, and our network team coordinated, we were able to deliver that shipment when the entry barrier was removed for certain hours. So it was pretty early in the morning when the entry barriers were opened up. We didn't cross the border, but we had our teams waiting on the other side. Our team waiting on this side. We handed over the parcel, the shipment got delivered. Even today when I think about it, I do get goosebumps. I get very emotional because what ultimately the customer said was, thank you for not disappearing on the excuse of COVID and delivering the shipment. It was for his mother. And that, I think, when I look back, there are many such instances that we have which connects, that human connect. Thank you very much. That human connect is very much required. I think AI will definitely help. We will be, AI will lead the way, but there has to be the human connect to ultimately look at the emotional part of it.
I can say that even I have some goosebumps now just listening to this story. Very touching one. Thanks a lot for sharing this. So moving ahead, right? Exotel has had the privilege of working closely with Blue Dart on some of these journeys and transformations that you've been working on, right? And one of the things that at least I have seen is that the technology, the challenge is really the technology itself, but it is about making this technology genuinely useful in the operational environment and making it work, right? From your side, what has the experience of working with technology partners actually looked like? What is the differentiator between a partnership that accelerates your work versus something that actually just adds complexity as a layer?
So for us, this journey has been a partnership. It's not a vendor and a Blue Dart relation that we looked at. Partnership, I said, because I think right at the beginning, the scope was very clear. Who has to implement what and by when? And what is it that Blue Dart is looking at achieving at the end of it? So that was very clear. There was good involvement right from our leadership. I think we partnered with Exotel, so we had Exotel partnering with us. We had Janvi, I think she's sitting here, Subir who was here. along with my team, Seema, Elton, who have been really very critical aspects in implementing it. I think they looked at every aspect of how do we implement it without causing concerns to the customer. So it was a very seamless journey. Customer was at the center of everything that we did. We went phase-wise. So Exotel partnered with us. They had the patience because when we were not ready, we were very clear we are not ready. We want to have more testing to be done. We went to certain customers, looked at certain use cases. So that's how I think the journey went. We had certain deadlines and the deadlines were met. So there were no friction. See, ultimately our objective was not reducing the human touch point there, but looking at how efficiently we can use the technology to play that role of simple queries getting handled through the bot. We wanted to optimize our resources, so our resources are now handling escalations. They are handling things that the bot cannot or may need more time to develop on. So that's how the journey has been very seamless. Now we are going to go ahead with the chatbot and the other options.
Got it. So will you say that somewhere when both the parties work as partners and work on outcomes, then it works better?
Absolutely, it has to be that way because there has to be clarity and the scope has to be very clear for both. The service partners have to look at the same KPIs. That's what will make it successful.
Got it. And if I may ask, unless it is confidential, but in this entire transformation journey that you've taken, right, I believe that what we've been talking about, human in the loop, that has come to the forefront, and we've seen very clearly that it has freed up for humans to do something much more meaningful and as a supervisory role rather than a transaction role. So has that been the experience? How would you say that has changed the life of an agent in the floor?
So for the agent, I think they have more information for them. The intent of the caller is very clear. From the supervisor part of it, I'm sure Seema will agree with me. I think they have more time now doing quality work. A lot of our quality analysis is being done through the technology. And we are getting some ready reports. That's where their time gets saved. They are ready to handle the next assignment faster.
Perfect. So let's say if you have to look ahead 3 to 5 years, right? What do you believe will define for logistic companies the most important parameter for customer trust? What do you think it will be in the AI world that we are moving towards?
So I think in logistics, the human connect, like I said, will remain because ultimately it's a parcel or a shipment or an emotion that I'm going to deliver at some point of time. There are exceptions. It's a service industry. You need a human connect. I feel AI will evolve in logistics. There are a lot of things, especially at the operations end, which we are exploring. At the customer service end, we have already started with. I think this journey is going to go further. I would say AI will get more and more smarter and used in logistics. It will become definitely a superstar. But I feel that insaniyat or the human connect that has to be there will remain the blockbuster. So that's what I believe will continue.
Perfect. So that's a great place to end, where we talk about humans and the real superstars who will actually be running the show behind anything, right? Thanks a lot for your time, and it has been wonderful chatting with you. We'll see you around.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sonia, may I please request both of you to stay here? All right, now it's time for a short break. I'm sure everybody is in need of coffee and chai. So we will have many more exciting conversations after the break. So about half an hour and we'll be back. Thank you. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EngageX 2026, an evening dedicated to exploring how technology, intelligence, and human connections are coming together to redefine the future of customer experience. Let's move on to our next session. In today's economy, our customer interaction carries measurable business impact. Every delayed response, every seamless resolution, every personalized engagement, all of it influences your revenue, your reputation, retention, and long-term profitability. And customer experience is no longer operating outside the balance sheet. It is pretty much part of it. It is pretty much shaping it. In fact, PwC's Global CX survey reveals that about 86% of customers are actually willing to pay more for a better experience, often before they even see the product itself. Now, our next session is looking something on those lines and is titled The Experience P&L Panel When Every Conversation Has a Balance Sheet. To lead this conversation, I'd like to invite Mridu back on stage. And joining her on the stage are her panelists. Put your hands together for Sachin Bhatia, co-founder and chief growth officer at Exotel. Abhishek Chakraborty, CEO DTDC. And Devesh Sawhney, chief growth officer at Zepto.
Good evening, everyone. Well, customer experience traditionally was often treated like a soft metric. Important, certainly, but difficult to measure and even more difficult to connect directly to business outcomes. Today, that conversation is rapidly changing, especially in forward-looking enterprises, because customer experience sits squarely at the intersection of growth, profitability, retention, operational efficiency, and trust. CX is no longer just a service function. It is a boardroom priority. It is a balance sheet priority. But the big question that businesses today are grappling with is, how do we prove that experience creates measurable enterprise value? And that's what we are going to unpack with this stellar panel. 3 leaders who are building and measuring customer experience at massive scale across logistics, quick commerce, and AI-led customer engagement. Thank you very much for joining us today, gentlemen. As a warm-up icebreaker, let me ask you, now you're all dealing with huge scale, right? What is the one customer experience KPI or metric that really tells you that you are building loyalty and not just mere transactions? Abhishek?
Great question. And I can give you some fancy numbers and stats. But there's something which I've always realized year on year. We do about 190 million packages a year. And I often tell my team members, and we've been in business for 36 years, and I tell them, don't take it for granted that when March 31st turns to April 1st, that those 190 million packages are guaranteed, because our score starts from 0. I think the businesses that we are in, the greatest metric is if you've got customers that are coming back, if you're retaining, and you're seeing the same people who are trading with you are continuing to trade. I think that always remains as the simplest way, because acquiring new customers can be done in various forms, but retaining and having them come back to you year on year, to me, that's the simplest metric of whether you're connecting with your customers or not.
Fair enough. Devesh?
I think the same answer, right? Like, retention is the heart of any measurement. Now, in our world, we measure it by multiple things. For example, retention rate of a customer, same store growth, frequency increase of a customer. But it boils down to this one thing, is the existing customer, how much can she or he come back and transact with you again? I think that's the North Star metric that all of us follow, saying, if this is growing and this is sustaining, I think we're in a good state.
Sachin?
Yeah, so anything other than retention as a lagging metric would be a wrong answer. But for example, in our space, there are 2 matrices, net retention and gross retention. And we do the stricter one, which is gross retention, which means that even if I have sold new products whether my old SKU is organically increasing or not. So that's for my business. But for the consumer side, I think the leading indicator that I feel is the most indicative of retention is effort score. I think the patience in the economy, the patience in the generations is reducing. And if you can reduce the overall effort of making the transaction or doing whatever, I think that will be a very, very good indicator of lagging indicator, which is retention.
Right. And all of these signals that you receive from customer behavior eventually, point you towards answering that big question of when does customer experience really become a growth engine? So, Devesh, if I can come to you first. Now, Zepto scaled from roughly 500,000 daily orders to 1.7 million in just about 5 quarters. Now, at that speed, how do you maintain the quality of customer interactions? And if you had to pick one thing that really compounds trust and loyalty at scale, what would that be for you?
Yeah, I think the big thing is I obviously won't comment on the numbers, but in terms of scale, we're way beyond the numbers you quoted. But irrespective of that, the fundamentals of quick commerce is 4 factors: speed, pricing, quality, and assortment. Right? From a customer lens, these 4 factors matter to you. And if you can repeatedly deliver on all the 4 parameters together, you will create a positive flywheel for yourself where the customers come again and again. So as I said, the measurement of was the can the customer transact again, but the reality before that is, are we delivering on all of these 4 parameters consistently for a customer? For example, is my ETA breaching 15 minutes, 12 minutes, so on and so forth? Is my pricing competitive with respect to multiple players in the market? Is any search happening on my platform in which I'm not able to provide an assortment or I'm going out of stock, right? These are the lead indicators where your customer parameters can transact, and you can identify way before a churn and way before a customer nuance, before even the customer interacts with you. So I think for us, all the measurement of these factors while the customer is on the app or is not coming on the app helps us define that sustainable flywheel. And the best part is you can correct yourself immediately based on how each of these fare for a customer.
Right. And Sachin, coming to Exotel now, Exotel returned to profitability in 2025 after a loss-making FY24. And interestingly, you did this not by pulling back on investment, but actually embedding AI deeper into customer journeys. What were some of the insights you found during that time, about the relationship between customer experiences and sustained profitability? Any data, any insights that you can share from that?
So I think there was a tailwind that really helped us. I think voice AI in a market like India was taking up and taking off like crazy, and Exotel was the largest infrastructure provider for voice, which had API support. So that, of course, helped us. But I think we have been in existence now as a combined company. I think we started engaging with customer experience teams in 2006. Like Motilal Oswal, I saw the name here. They have been a customer since 2008. And one of the modes that we had was distribution. So when the technology became ripe that this could be really used in some of the customer engagement use cases, Exotel was one of the choices that customers had that, can you guys also do this? And I think we responded fast to that. So today, both for voice for AI, we have about 45% market share in India. And then our own AI products in the customer engagement space are also growing at triple-digit things. So both those things helped. Returning to profitability, I think me and Shivku both are dhanda people. We understand that at least in B2B, you are here to make profits, and at a unit level, it has to be profitable for the company. So I think we just returned to our sanity in 25 and started running business that way, but there were tailwinds that were helping us.
And may that sanity prevail. Abhishek, now DTDC is not just delivering parcels. In some ways, you are also enabling broader commerce in India when it comes to businesses, right? Now, how does this broader economic value that is getting created in the country really translate down into business outcomes for DTDC? And where does CX fit into the role?
Great question. I think given when we started, we were a simple, humble courier company with a very simple mandate, deliver documents from one place to another. Because we've seen so many cycles of growth, the number of segments that we cater to today, right from documents to small packages to FTL, PTL, not just domestic, international as well, not just international in India, in 7 countries that we're physically present. In some ways, our mandate has always been a lot more universal. I know it's not something that we can quote about ourselves, but in some ways, for most Indians, more than an India Post, it's been a DTDC that's been your friendly neighborhood center that you could walk into. I guess when you start your business with that kind of a larger mandate, it means that you are exposed to a lot more customer use cases, a lot more varied kinds of demand, unique stories that you need to solve for, small to medium to large businesses that you cater to. And what that helps us is 2 things. Number one, the balance of our business is such that because we cater to such a large section of customers, when one segment might be going a downturn, the other one is possibly growing. And that's why we've been able to be sustainable for so long without raising a single rupee of capital since our inception. But why our customer experience is now playing a very important role in that is that as my colleagues here are also talking about, with the change in generation, with the change in expectations, I think even a simple parcel delivery, pickup or any transaction is no longer seen as a classical express business. And I think credit to Aviation and their industry colleagues, they are setting the benchmarks, and I think we take it upon ourselves to ensure that can we, in our own way, when it comes to that last mile, ensure the same quality or better quality of experience that can be delivered. So I guess sustenance now requires you to adapt to this new currency of speed and convenience. And if you can match to that, then of course the business that we build will grow. But the relevance that we have for our consumers is completely dependent on this new way of looking at customer experience.
Right. And executing that at scale is no easy feat, right? And really the profit lies in the execution. Now, Devesh, Zepto has something unique. You have visibility into both customer behavior and fulfillment through your dark store strategy. How does having that full stack visibility into the customer really help you improve customer experience in ways that perhaps traditional retailers or brick and mortar stores just will never be able to do?
I think that's the most crucial part for us to be viable, to be precise. See, think of it this way, right? What's our asset today? Our asset is the inventory that we hold as well as the store and its location, right? How many orders can I get from that store becomes my key metric so that I can sweat out that asset as much as I want. How many inventory turns can I do much faster so that I again sweat out those assets faster. So I think everything, if well integrated, can give you a nuanced approach. For example, everything is extremely hyperlocal. People who are from Bombay will realize a store in Bandra will be slightly different from a store in Virar or Vasai. And a store in Bombay will be slightly different from a store in Ahmedabad. For a very, very clean example, the milk, like which all of us consume, Bombay has a good amount of sale in Amul, right? Whereas Delhi is Mother Dairy, Bangalore is Nandini. Is the same SKU, the brands change, right? Think of it, this complexity at multiple thousands of SKUs, their allocation at a pin code level, having the integration from supply as well as the integration to the brands, to the warehouse, to the dark store, and customers' perception of that store gives you a good outcome to ensure we increase our throughput. In fact, and there are articles about us where we've integrated our F&B supply chain. I think we were talking to this previous conversation, where now we started interacting directly with farmers to source fresh vegetables and fruits for us so that we can supply better, at a better quality, at a better price.
So that's a lot of innovation happening at the back end. Abhishek, now DTDC's customer experience is delivered also not just through the company, but through about 16,000 channel partners of yours. Now, how do you maintain accountability and consistency in the quality of service at that scale and link it back to business outcomes?
See, I think when you choose the model that we did way back when, and I don't think there are too many companies in the world that do it that way, it was very important to us, and we realized that very early on, that if we have to maintain that quality, the processes need to be very strong. the playbooks that we give to each of our partners need to be very accurate for providing that experience. And maybe even till 10 years ago, you could have gotten away with a few chinks in the armor, but I think post-COVID, the expectations of consumers, the way that it is, every aspect of that experience needs to be tailored. And therefore, we ensure that while it might be a partner who might be providing either a sale or a service to you, the rest of the entire backend, the experience, the touch point, every contact that the consumer needs to make once they've tendered their parcels to us, I think all of that is taken care by us. Not only in terms of the actual systems that we build, but also in the customer experience capabilities that we built in. And we ensure that as a consumer, if you've given a parcel DTDC, it doesn't matter whether it's a partner or the company directly, you have to get the same kind of experience. In terms of business outcomes, obviously the wide breadth of consumers that we touch, it also means the kind of issues, the challenges. Because imagine in a business like we're in, if you have a 1% error rate, it still means a few good thousands of shipments that you're going to be dealing with concerns. And I think over the years, our investments on technology, how we've doubled down on it, especially now we are investing a lot on AI. We've got our own virtual assistant. We call it Diva, DTDC Interactive Virtual Assistant. In the last 13 months, it's played a fantastic role. So today, about annually 800,000 queries from consumers are handled by the virtual assistant. 79% of those queries don't even need a human being to answer anymore. Now, what the business outcome there is, I need lesser number of people to keep manning my contact centers or the resolution teams. But more importantly, I can invest a lot more on the quality of the people that I have. And I think our responses with AI integrated is becoming more empathetic, more direct, and we are getting faster at doing it. So I think that is a direct metric which ensures, we spend lesser to serve customers, but more importantly, the retention. And the happiness quotient for our customers is significantly going up.
Fantastic. Well, let's move from channel partners to delivery partners then. In case of Zepto, the delivery partner is a huge part of the customer experience, right? So, what is it that you do at the back end to ensure that, the delivery partner is happy working at Zepto and delivering happiness with every order and millions of them? So, where do the delivery partners sit in your CX strategy, and what impact does improving their working conditions really directly have on your business outcomes? Any measurable data in that regard?
I think, as he was mentioning as well, right? I think the last delivery point is the most important point for a customer as well. The way you experience how the product gets delivered to you creates a lot of impact. And to ensure that happens, there's a sustainable thing that we keep on doing with the delivery partners. There are separate channels for escalations, there are separate channels for structures. We're working along with the government for regulations as well. We're working on multiple aspects to make their lives better too, right? And there also an automation and systemic things play a significant role to it. I think the team that builds it, obviously it's not mine, it's Vikas's team that builds the entire thing. I think they're doing a credible job in terms of ensuring that this ecosystem grows as we're growing as well. Since we grow exponentially with orders, we need exponential partners to do that. And handling that at scale has its own complexity, with the team deals very early well.
Right. All right then, let's move on then to actually find out how do you measure experience in a way that the boardroom respects it, right? Sachin, now NPS alone probably just doesn't cut it in the boardroom anymore. In the AI age, companies need smarter, more outcome-linked, more customer-connected interactions, metrics. You talked about retention, growth. We're talking about risk as well. Now, given Exotel's visibility across thousands of enterprises, what are some of the most meaningful CX KPIs that boardrooms are today looking at, and have these changed over the last, say, 5 to 7 years?
So before I come to KPIs, let me tell you two stories. So imagine that you just landed in Mumbai and your luggage has not reached, and you have gone to the counter, you have spoken to the contact center, and then you receive an NPS form. How would you rate us between 1 to 10? This happens with all of us. Now, I compare it to, let's say I am having a good discussion with my life partner, and she has been speaking, and then I ask her that, how are you feeling? Right? She has been speaking. So she'll say, were you not listening? So I think one of the issues with NPS today is, first of all, the response rates are like How many of you have filled a NPS form in the last 30 days? Right? So that's the reality of NPS, right? You fill it when either you're really, really pissed or you have a lot of time at hand. On the contrary, how many times would a customer have spoken to one touch point in the last 6 months, 1 year? That number would at least be 70% of the times, 80% of the times. So I think with one of the things that we are evangelizing is that one place where nobody's thinking about AI is, of course, everybody's saying it can reduce effort, but I think the amount of analytics and insights that can come from just listening to those conversations and analyzing them from different cuts is, I think, mind-boggling. So for a boardroom today to understand that what are the top 4 problems, 3 problems last week, last month my customer faced, and can we just go and fix them? I think is a very, very measurable. People spend research, NPS, mystery surveys just to identify what are the problems. I'm saying the customers are already telling you what are the problems. You just need to listen to those problems. So imagine as a CEO, if you could listen to every conversation that your customer is doing. That's gold dust, right? That's possible today. So how would organizations use it? I think that is left to the organization then. Do you want to reduce cost to serve? Do you want to improve a certain segment? But just that availability of what are my customers saying, I think is a mind-boggling thing that AI brings to the table. And not just at an operational level, but at a strategic level, at the boardrooms, being right front and center, that what are the top problems my customers are facing without asking anyone. Right? I think that's the biggest power in the CX space that I feel. Apart from reduction of cost and reduction of effort, I think listening to customers is very, very powerful with AI.
Right. Both of your companies doing that already?
Yes, I think, as he rightly mentioned, it's not about the metric. It's about, are you listening enough? And based is that, are you taking the decisions, the projects, the initiatives? So for us, when we started investing on the data sets, something called sentiment analysis started coming out very clearly. And when you put a score to that, you suddenly see certain issues and matters start bubbling up. And I'll give you a very live example. So we were looking at our inbound deliveries into Gurgaon. And we found that while our quality of service wasn't bad, but there was a lot of pinging that consumers were doing about a certain issue, which was completely oblivious to the top management. And when we went deeper, the simple problem that came up was, anybody here who's been to Gurgaon, the whole of Gurgaon has got only 2 or 3 pin codes. It's a massive area, right? And therefore, unlike everything else that works for the rest of our business, only on the basis of those 1 or 2 pin codes to try to triangulate to an area, to a building, to the changing demographics. There's a village on one side, there's a large corporate tower on another. It was causing huge amounts of confusion. Now, listening to that, when we went deeper and probed, we understood that what consumers said, that if you could make a system which allows you to divide pin codes in Gurgaon into smaller units, which are not married to what the postal system would provide, it would make our life easier. We would be able to reference to that. And that led to a AI machine learning led product. We call it GeoZone Sort Assist. So now we have hexagonal 9 square meter boxes that we make. We cover whole country, can be divided into it. And now our riders no longer need to know the exact address. We triangulate it. We don't even use Google Maps. We effectively use that. And we are sharing that hexa grid with our customers to say, you pick your hexa grid and tell us. We next time don't even need to save your actual long drawn addresses. Now in Gurgaon as a pilot, when we did it, had huge benefit to us. The success rate went up. The noise went down, and the fact, the repeat, again, the retention and the repeat buys from customers, for our D2C consumers, that was a huge, huge benefit. So I think listening to consumers, but using data, and not just having lots of these surveys or calls or NPS, I think I fully agree with him. That was a differentiator for us.
Fantastic. And in case of Zepto, what has listening to the consumers with AI really led to? Some interesting findings?
See, the good part for us is the customer interacts with us much more than a normal app, right? Think of a grocery app where you open the app every day, every alternate day, every once in 3 days. I think what we capture well is the behavior of the customer on the app, right? So before even you get to the expectation of saying the customer is to come and say something to us, either positive or negative, we would identify that beforehand. right? The kind of browse patterns, the kind of unfulfilled carts, the kind of out-of-stock SKUs if you've seen it, the kind of timelines, the kind of surges because of lesser riders in the system. All those factors get captured at a level, and at each store level, these guys are taking actions to ensure that these parameters improve, which basically means that without even the customer speaking, you understand by the app open of the customer what she or he wants to see, right? And what they're facing right now, and they may not need to speak. Speaking becomes an escalation in our sense, right? Where the customer had to go such an extent that something went wrong. I think that for us is extremely, how would I put it, far gone in the system before we even could take care of it. So I think for us also there are stages in which we do that, and the way we interact with the customer also there are stages which we do that. So I think they play an important role so that the customer never reaches a chat.
Wonderful. Well, Sachin, in that case, is the demand for AI-led CX infrastructure really increasing now? Is there greater adoption happening across industries? And what is driving the demand? Is it still a cost-cutting measure, or as a chief growth officer, do you see companies vying for growth now with this infrastructure?
Now that we don't have CFOs in the room, we can talk freely. So I see three vectors in which people are thinking about it. One is understanding customer behavior, which is what the first dimension we talked about. There is definitely customer effort reduction, which is not necessarily meaning cost reduction. I'll give you one simple example, right? Every incoming call still has an IVR. And I fail to understand why. Like, why should there be an IVR at all? There should be a voice which asks you, what do you want? And then route you to a human being. Even if you don't want any automation. Why should there be a press 1 for sales, press 2 for service, press 1 for English? This all should go away, right? So this is where you're reducing effort. And the third is where you are augmenting a human being or taking some of the repetitive tasks and basically having AI solve it for you. One very interesting area where people are using AI very nicely is what people generally call personalization, which is developing a deep understanding of if Mugdha has come to us, why has she come to us? Like how he was talking about, right? So you had a chat in the afternoon. Now you have called in the evening. Can I just understand that most likely the cause is, and instead of saying, how can I help you? Hey, is your call about the lost card that you reported in the afternoon, right? Those are low-hanging fruits or dimensions in which I'm seeing effort reduction, listening to customers, and then actual automation. Those are the three areas where we are seeing, and depending on who we are talking to and are they public, at what stage are they growing, they talk different things.
All right. Well, since we are pretty much timed out, let's do a quick round and let's keep it brief of looking into the future, looking ahead. Devesh, if you look at the future for Zepto beyond fast deliveries, discounts, what is the real moat of customer experience going to be over the next couple of years?
See, I think the fundamentals won't change, which means speed, pricing, quality, assortment won't change. I think things will change around all of these 4 parameters, right? The expectation of expanding the range to figure out what more can we deliver quicker, faster, better. How can we ensure that we pass more value to the customer? How can we ensure that we do speed in a much more reasonable, sustainable, and timely fashion? Get better on these KRAs. I think the world will move towards that. While the fundamentals don't change, I think the world around will change in terms of the expectations. I think now customer expects a lot more from us, right? That is something that we'll have to cope up to, of saying, how do we keep on coping up with whatever customers say? Customer can search 20 things which are not on the platform. How does we ensure that whatever she or he searches, there is relevant products that are there in the system? How can we ensure that if the customer's expectation to deliver in X minutes, we ensure slightly faster than that? How can we ensure that the pricing that's available, that can be the most competitive pricing and we pass all the benefit to the customer? Which boils down to the fundamental is how much can we squeeze our assets better? So therefore, I think the fundamental belief is if we can squeeze our assets better, if we can lower the cost in the way we deliver, if we can get same-store growth faster, higher, better, and improve retention by doing this, I think that's the sustainable way of figuring out all these things.
All right. Abhishek, vision for the future in terms of CX, and what are the investments you are making today to achieve that vision in the next couple of years?
In terms of investments, we're putting a significant amount of it. Out of this year's about $15 million we're putting on technology. More than 25% of it is on AI, whether generative or machine learning. But I think in terms of future and vision, as the world moves towards a lot of usage of AI for improving the customer experience, I think the real value of AI will not come from cost reduction or removing human beings. It will actually be in terms of can we make the human beings more empathetic. In our experiments, what we are seeing is that ability to train the AI to help low-end operators learn the kind of empathy that your consumers need. I think that's going to be the future. Because as the world gets more digital, probably empathy is going to be the most difficult thing to find. And if we can get better augmented by machines, I think that will be the turning point for me.
Right, absolutely. Sachin?
So how do you today differentiate bank A from bank B? And think about that question deeply, because all of us have experienced this. So I think in future, everybody will be thinking about service design the way he was talking about. So speed, execution, assortment, in whatever industry. And it is a race where everybody will plateau in each industry, and there will be some maybe minor differentiations. But I think the ultimate differentiation would be, so how do we think about customer service today? We think about humans being the first line of defense. I think that will all go away. The last line of defense would be human beings, and that is the only meaningful differentiation that would remain. All other services would be commoditized, and it's a little utopian, but if there is collective wisdom of the word available to everyone, and everybody has the same intent and access to capital, then what is the final differentiating frontier? So it's that human being who's finally going to come when things are bad. So whether that error rate is 0.1% or 1% doesn't matter. Matters because that will decide your market share. But what you do then and what is being said then, do you have high agency individuals taking action, or is it an operating model and a system giving an answer? At that point, if a human being is giving an answer, I think you are safe.
All right. Finally, one word or one phrase answer to this question. What must companies obsess over now when it comes to CX if they truly want to make it a measurable, quantifiable outcome for their businesses? Abhishek.
We've always had to do listening, but listening differently. Not just listening to what is said, listening to the underlying data sets, which will tell you a lot more.
Okay.
Keep pace with growing expectations.
All right. Sachin?
Make customer do less, reduce the effort.
Okay. Data, listen better, reduce the effort, and what did you say? Sorry?
Keep pace with growing customer expectations.
All right. Well, that's a lot of thinking for entrepreneurs and businesses to do. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that very, very engaging conversation. Round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you. Appreciate you joining us.
A photo op and our Green Billion Tree Initiative. The Grow Billion Trees certificate to all our panelists there. We have had a picture. Did we have a picture? All right, great. I have an MO, and I need to follow that from the gentleman right there. So I need to get all the pictures taken. All right. Now we move on to our next session at a time when AI is reshaping the global economy. The conversation is no longer just about innovation, although we keep talking about innovation, but it's no longer a concept that is not coming with responsibility, reliability attached to it, and building systems people can actually trust. Now, to witness a powerful vision for the future of AI in CX, I'm welcoming the co-founder and CEO of Exotel, once again, Shivakumar Ganesan, for a very special address.
That's just me trying to do a rain check whether everything is working fine or not. Give me a minute, guys. No, I don't want that. No, just give me a minute. I'll connect it. Okay, this will be worth your wait, provided we have everything that goes up on the screen. Perfect. Can you call Ankur and find out how his EngageX event has been going on up until now? Okay, so we have a lot of time to talk about because AI is still really, really slow. My name is Rajesh Dogra, and I'm the Chief Customer Experience Officer of Air India, for those of you who have the agenda in front of you. No, he's right here. I just hacked into his conversation. Thank you for letting me, Mr. Rajesh. So behind me, I have Claude Desktop. How many of you have used Claude? Desktop version? Fantastic, excellent. You guys are on the right tool. So what I'm now trying to do here is to try to actually give voice to Claude. Now, depending on how much experience you've had, I don't know. I mean, I've been looking at this for the last 1 week, and I still find it quite incredible. A little bit like how, you understand the physics of how an aeroplane works, but you still feel magical that you're able to fly. It's a little bit like that for me. And so what I'm basically now asking Claude to do is to call Ankur up. And so Exotel has MCP, which stands for Model Context Protocol. You don't need to know the details. You can think of it as like an API using which AI systems can talk to API systems like Exotel. Ankur, just cut me once you get the call, when you do get the call. So that's Ankur, my Chief of Staff. I hope it got the number correct. It did. So the MCP has been hooked up into Claude. And again, so you don't even have to do anything. You can just go to Claude and say, look, hook up Exotel's MCP, and that's it. And you'll need to take your API keys and a bunch of other details that's available on the Exotel dashboard and just wire it in. And once that is done, what it's now doing...
Getting a call.
Okay.
Hi, Ankur. I'm calling on behalf of Shivakumar Ganesan. Wanted to know how the EngageX event has been going so far.
So far, so good. It is house full. Good luck.
Got it. So the event is house full and going well. I'll pass that back to Shivku. Thank you for your time.
Okay, this is proceeding much better than I expected. So what just happened is Claude actually created a voice bot in real time, a voice agent in real time. So if you go to voicebot.in.exotel.com, what we've created is basically a platform where you can hook up your own ASR, TTS, if you have your own keys of whatever models that you like, etc. Okay, let's just see what it has to say. That is exactly what Ankur said. I think that deserves a round of applause, guys. Can you check when my flight from Mumbai to Bangalore is tomorrow? So now, going beyond the first demo call, so this is a little bit more like how you would likely use it. So each one of you could now go get an Exotel account, and you can set this up, and you can actually get Claude to do the calling, AI to do the calling without you actually having to lift your phone up at all. In fact, several of my employees actually, now I don't call them directly. When I'm in Claude, I basically ask them to get me the updates. It gets the updates and sort of comes back. So this is more like how you would sort of likely use it. So this is connecting into my Gmail MCP. and hopefully it'll, from the calendar, find out when my flight back is. Okay, so going back to, while it's doing that, so going back, what just happened was Claude actually created a voice agent in real time. It actually prompted the voice bot completely in real time as well. So it's not like I sat and told it what to do. It got the context, and it basically now used the MCP and said, hey, you are Shivku's assistant. You are now supposed to call Ankur. This is Ankur's phone number. All of that was actually done right now in real time. So then what happened was Exotel's MCP also has an API using which you can connect an outbound call to a WebSocket endpoint, which is again, you can get those details from the MCP. So it's placed that call, and then it's connected to the WebSocket endpoint, from which point onwards the voice bot basically picked it up. Okay, so that's my flight back. Can you call Shivakant Tripathi and ask him whether the web check-in has been done or not? So I wanted to sort of show this particular demo because it's a lot more realistic. So it's actually picking up the context from what happened prior, and then it's using that context to create the voice agent in real time and make that call out. And you'll also notice that the tone and the tenor of how the voice agents speak actually is picked up from my brand voice, which is also something that I've already wired into my Claude. So it uses the same brand voice for composing my emails. It uses the same brand voice for creating the agents as well. Okay, so it got the number of Shivakant. Are you there somewhere, Shivakant? All right, maybe you can just stand up and ensure that you have the mic close. Thank you for being silent, audience, because if you all make too much noise, the voice bot will not know what to pick up. Let's see how this goes. I mean, another thing to notice there, it's also, of course, picking up the numbers. So I've hooked up my...
I'm getting a call. Hello?
Hi, Shivakant. I'm calling on behalf of Shivakumar Ganesan. He wanted to check if the web check-in has been done for his flight tomorrow.
Hey, yes, it is done, and notification is already sent to WhatsApp.
Okay, he's got the call. Let's see if it comes through. So what I was saying was that it's actually even picking up the phone number from the org directory. So it's actually hooked up to my Google Workspace. So it knows the numbers from there. So that's where it's picking it up from. And okay, so it got that as well. So now, it's basically getting the information that the call is now done also from the Exotel's MCP. So it's been polling for whether the call's been done or not, and so now it's got it. So web check-in's done, boarding pass sent to WhatsApp already. Excellent. Let's take this a little bit further now. Okay, be my collections dialer and / collect all the money that you can. The Excel sheet is right here. Okay, now we're getting into serious territory. So here we have what's called as tool calling. Tool calling is the ability to get LLMs to query in real time an external system and get information back, and also write into external systems in real time. So here I've actually used Google Web Script. And I've hooked up, imagine this Excel sheet to be like your CRM, if you will, right? So these are the people who are there. So there are about 5 people there. And so this is the outstanding amount. And I'm just choosing the collections dialer as an example because, I mean, half of you probably have a team that does this right now. And so I thought it was a really nice thing. So what's about to happen is that actually Claude is now going to dial all the people in real time. So I don't know if the folks are here, if you all can stand up, and if you are getting the call, Sahil, why don't you come up on stage maybe? So Sahil is one of our product managers in the voice bot team, so he's been instrumental in creating this demo for me, so it's only fair that he's here. So there are actually 5 people who are now getting the call in real time, and depending on what they say, we'll come to know what's about to happen. So this is now reading the information from the Excel sheet in real time. So the prompt is now customized. So it's not hard-coded. So it's not like it's going to say, hey, customer, right? It's actually going to call people by name, all 5 of them individually and separately. Claude only knows if it's going to happen, guys. We'll see. So, I mean, I have only 4 use cases here, but actually the power is just endless. Okay, people are getting the calls now.
I'm getting a call. Hello.
Hello, Sahil Rajput. This is calling from Exomine regarding the outstanding amount of 18,500, which was due on 12th May 2026.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
I'm calling to discuss your outstanding payment of 18,500 rupees that was due on 12th May 2026. When can we expect this payment to be cleared?
I can pay mostly by tomorrow, if that's okay.
Okay, just to confirm, your promise to pay date is tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, Sahil. We've noted your promise to pay by tomorrow. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Woo! I'm going to go ahead and fire the next query. We'll have enough time to talk about this. I am Shivku, and I'm a relationship manager, and these are my customers. Ensure that you're on top of all of my accounts. Okay, so let's go back to the previous call. So what we've actually now built is a collections dialer in real time. No software, no nothing, and each one of you guys can actually go and do this right now. And so it's able to now figure out, of course, like I said, the calls were personalized, but even more importantly, you may have noticed that my personal agent was actually using a male voice in a certain tone and tenor, whereas the collections dialer was actually using a female voice in a completely different tone and tenor, and that is actually quite intentional. So using the MCP, it pulled the list of all the voices, and then we've tagged each one of the voices saying what it is relevant for. So it actually picked the right kind of voice. It is actually even setting things like how fast or slow it needs to be and things like that. It set all of those configurations up, and hence it sort of went like that. And of course, I think all of this data is perfectly fine. And over here in the Excel sheet, it's also filled up. And Sahil's response is perfectly captured. He said he will pay tomorrow, so that's perfect. Now, what I've been hyping up all along, which is India's first AI call. We don't know if it's going to happen or not. And it is happening. Okay, so here's what's actually going on. So far, every single... Sachin, stop me in case you get the call. So far, every single call before this, there is actually a human that sat behind and orchestrated that call. We told the AI, you have to make the phone call, you have to receive the phone call, this is how you need to do the phone call, and things like that. This is the first time in the history of our country a call has been made without a human actually explicitly asking it to make the call. So here, I'm in the wealth management business. So this is think of it as my CRM. So this is my list of customers, and this is the data from the CRM. And then there is one, Mr. Sachin Bhatia, where that needs attention. And I didn't actually say make the call, right? So, but it decided that that's the one that needs attention and is actually making that phone call. So let's see if Sachin gets the call, and let's see what the conversation is going to be like.
Hello.
your relationship manager. He wanted to personally reach out ahead of your FD maturing on May 30th.
Hey, I didn't realize my FD is maturing. What should I do about it?
Understood, sir. Shivku will walk you through the specifics and all your options when he connects with you. Would you prefer a call back from him, or would you like to schedule a meeting?
Can you ask him to call me around 5 p.m. today?
Got it, sir. I have noted that you would like a call back from Shivku around 5 p.m. today. Shivku will follow up. Thank you for your time, Sachin.
Yeah, make sure you also tell him that I'm confused about, because the markets are down, should I invest this in equity or should I keep it in fixed income?
Understood, sir. I will make sure to let him know that you are considering the current market conditions and are deciding between equity and fixed income. Shivku will address those specific concerns when he calls you.
Thank you so much.
Woo!
Pretty incredible.
That, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I don't know if you guys realize, but we have not prompted the bot to answer these questions. There is no configuration that we have done. This is AI taking decisions on its own. And I think that is the future. That's what Shivku wants to tell us all.
Excellent. All right, last 30 seconds. Let's see if Claude will get this right, and then I'm out of here. Oh, it's going ahead and calling another person, which we don't want. So we'll stop it here, but I think you guys get the point. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was India's first AI phone call. Thank you so much.
Woo-hoo!
Fabulous. That went well. Big round of applause. All right, with that, we are moving on to our next session in an industry as complex and emotionally charged as aviation. Customer experience plays a defining role in shaping trust, loyalty, and brand perception. So yes, we are moving gears and moving to the aviation industry. And a few brands in India are undergoing a customer transformation journey as ambitious and closely watched and scrutinized as Air India. Now, to lead our next session, named When Business Becomes Best Friend, I'm inviting Nalini Thakur, Assistant Editor, Forbes India. Put your hands together. And joining her is a visionary leader who is one of the most ambitious customer transformation journeys, who's facilitating one of the most transformational journeys in India in aviation today, reimagining experiences across every customer touch point, from airports and in-flight services to digital support and cabin experience. A Tata veteran with deep expertise in large-scale public service transformations. He has previously led the iconic Passport Seva program at TCS, helping redefine passport services for millions of Indians globally. Please put your hands together for Rajesh Dogra, Chief Customer Experience Officer at Air India.
Thank you so much for joining us today. This is a very exciting conversation topic, I must say. Taking a step back before we dive into this particular conversation, you've spent, like Mugdha rightly said, almost 2 decades at the Tata Group, and we recognize you as a champion of large-scale public service transformation. How do you sort of envision replicating a similar transformation journey for Air India?
Thank you, Nani, and thank you, Exotel and CNBC, for having me here. Good evening to all of you. Before I start, I must compliment Shivku for an amazing session on the chatbot. I think this is something first time we have seen here. Wish you a lot of success going forward. Now, coming to transformation, so you mentioned about the Passport Seva earlier. The customer experience as such, when we talk about services, especially when they're there to be delivered on a very large scale and customized, bespoke, because it's not something that you do in one shot. You need to think through the service needs, requirements, ambitions are so different from different types of people. So building that whole ecosystem to solve the problem and deliver services, it's something which takes a lot of effort, there's no doubt. But using the right tools, right processes, right set of people, business rule definition, delivering solutions, I think this is all goes in a way that you plan it in a particular way and then you deliver.
Right.
And you finally achieve what people anticipate and they expect. So understanding the needs is very critical. It's not that you do it from one side, one way. You need to know. And in the earlier session, I heard somebody say you need to keep evolving.
Yes.
So not something that you build, deliver. It has to continuously keep improving, evolving, innovating, using technology, improve processes. So there's a lot that needs to be done. So Passport was a great example where we could completely transform as part of TCS, where I was the director of the program for 12 years. And we have seen a complete change in the way the passport services are perceived. One of the most iconic government programs. I'm happy that we could deliver and change the perception about services. Aviation is quite different. Yeah.
Can you give us some examples of some customer-centric initiatives that you've implemented with Air India?
Yeah. So Air India, as you said earlier, it's a very, very emotional element in our relationship with the aviation, and especially Air India. With, all of us have flown Air India with our parents and ourselves. The first flight, most of us have been of Air India. And the fact that the airline carries the name, it's a flag carrier of India, it's of course is emotional, especially for the Tata Group because it was founded by JRD more than 9 decades ago. So for Air India to be at a space where it truly deserves to be from the, and when you talk about aviation airline, I think customer experience is so important, while safety, security, on-time performance, all those things, but customers expect nothing less than the best. And especially when an airline which is part of the Tata Group, the expectations are really, really high. So there is a lot which is being done. So if you look at last 4 years when we took over from the government of India, there were a lot of challenges, and when we acquired it, we've been working continuously and trying to bring changes. The entire customer journey, right from starting the experience of when you book your flight till the time you arrive at the airport and collect your bag. There are 37 or maybe more touch points that we have tried to address and completely revamp this airline big time. So there are so many examples. I mean, I can keep talking.
Yeah, the app is very, very lovely.
Exactly, yeah. So two things I want to say. One is when you talk about the customer experience and the services support, one is how you deploy technology, meaningful technology tools. And secondly, how do you build the processes and the policies and so that the entire ecosystem aligns to manifest that into the physical service experience, right? So aviation airline is not that you just bring technology. So there has to be multiple interventions in the physical spaces, people, behavior. Those things naturally come. The human angle, which is so important for aviation. So I think if you look at the entire dimension of the services, right from technology, the app, as you mentioned, is world-class. Our chatbot, AI.G, which is doing a wonderful job answering hundreds and thousands of queries every single day. Our complete customer support system that we have rebuilt in the last 4 years. And then there are more than 130 different applications and systems that we have reimagined, modified, changed. Along with that, what we have done is the physical manifestation of the services, starting with the in-flight product, the aircrafts, the new services, the new seats, the new F&B offerings, airport operations, changes there, the lounges that some of you may have observed. The complete spectrum of service ecosystem for the customer is what we are reimagining. Technology is enabling it, helping it, and the physical assets, services, improvements, all that we are trying to bring, they're coming together to deliver a truly world-class airline that, as I said earlier, India deserves and Air India deserves to be in that space.
Certainly. Of course, one can't have a conversation without talking about AI. When it comes to AI-led solutions and innovations that are being done, could you perhaps expand a little bit on that? And, how are you sort of enhancing the customer experience via AI?
Yeah. So if you look at it, right from the beginning, we created humongous amount of, we built the whole infrastructure, and also for the data. We didn't have, there's a lot of systems were broken, we didn't have the information. As simple as the contact numbers of our customer, their travel history, there were a lot of challenges which we tried to fix. So what we now have is quite clean database of people who are traveling, the information, and there are a lot of queries which come in. A lot of people call up, they are sending us emails. We are using certain CRMs where the service requests, information, all those queries keep coming in. So we are just trying to use AI to make sure that the advisor's job become easier. And so we have implemented certain tools, and we are still doing more, wherein the advisor, he in normal times would have taken much longer, but now is able to get information which is collated by the bots and helps to respond very, very fast. And more than the speed, I think it's important that the responses are absolutely correct and there is no scope of incorrect information being given to the customers. So we have tools which are now helping us. We are also working on, as I mentioned about the AI.G, wherein many thousands of people are writing to us and they're getting information, whether it is related to the time of the flight when it's taking off, the different routes which we are flying on, and what are the facilities available, information about a particular PNR. We're also trying to build some transactions on it. So I think it's being used. And apart from that, from customer experience, other areas also within the airline also we're trying to put. There are a lot of use cases where we can apply and we are working on. And that's really helping the airline overall. Yeah.
What about the lounge side of it, and how are you sort of reinventing that? Because as I understand, the Maharaja Lounge in Delhi has been talked about as a symbol of Air India's new chapter and the new journey that you're on. Are you playing upon the sentiment and emotions, like you said earlier, with the lounge and the lounge experience, and how do you plan to reinvent that?
So I'll take you back a bit when we took over. As I said earlier, for airlines, and especially for Air India, see, we fly domestic, we fly internationally, long haul, short haul, big time, carrying the flag of India. So the expectation from our customers is that right from the airport, the experience at the airport to the in-flights, in-flight means you may be reading, the issues with the seats and the ambience overall of the aircraft. So we had to look at complete revamp of the entire journey for the customer. And lounges, of course, is one of the major touch points especially for the business class travelers. So we have tried to redo everything, and lounges is part of it. Along with that, you have seen in-flight food, beverages, all that has been changed. The experience of that F&B, we tried to rebuild that in the lounges before a person takes off the flight, gets into the aircraft. We have worldwide, we fly currently to the 83 locations, and today I can tell you proudly that every single location where we fly, we have a lounge. At various locations, we have our own lounges. At other places, we have partners lounges. The recently opened lounge in Delhi, which is called the Maharaja Lounge, at least 25 CEOs have come. Those who visit us for different work, they have said it is amongst the best in the world. It's amazing. It has been designed by a Singapore-based company called HBA, and we have built it. It's a beautiful lounge. Incidentally, today I'm here, we are launching another lounge which is almost similar, though smaller in size, in the San Francisco airport. In some time, you'll be seeing that inauguration happening. We're also building a new lounge in JFK in New York, and we are actively looking at other hubs worldwide, such as London, Dubai, Frankfurt, looking for space where we can set up our own lounges, because we believe that's one of the very, very important aspect of the service delivery. And mind you, the information which flows into us, what is it people expect? We run a very comprehensive NPS programs. Again, data plays a big role there. We have one of the most loved NPS program. You will be surprised that as high as 6.5% flyers share their feedback with us. We get their verbatim, we get all the feedback of what is it that they would need. So lounges, of course, is something that people really want to have, and they are very happy. They're appreciating all the actions that we have taken to improve.
Wonderful. That sounds very, very exciting. So clearly there is a lot of work happening, not just on the digital front, but in the physical aspect with lounges, etc. as well. And I believe we're likely to see a new Air India going forward too. Any last thoughts, in terms of your vision, how do you hope to change Air India going forward as well?
Yeah, sure. So I'm sure many of you are flying Air India. My request would be keep flying Air India and support. It's our own airline. We all are into it to make it truly world-class. That's our vision of our chairman, CEO, and it's a vision coming in from JRD so many years back. So if you look at Air India, there are two different Air Indias, one of the old and the one of the new. So the new aircraft that you inducted recently, 787-9s, A350s, and some of the retrofitted 787-8s. So the entire fleet, I want to share with you because you're all here, that our plan is we have placed one of the biggest orders in the history of aviation in India, an order almost which is beyond $70 billion of 500 plus aircrafts. And then we are retrofitting all our old aircraft, spending around 400 million, IT changes, and the complete transformation of around $200 million. So we have started getting our new aircrafts. We have also started retrofitting our new aircraft. So if you fly, let's say from Bombay to Frankfurt on a brand new 787-9 or Delhi to London or New York in our A350, you will not believe this is the true new Air India, where the golden matrix of NPS is unimaginably, and rightly so, very aligned to our mission, is more than 50, 55, sometimes even 60, which is unheard of. So the new aircrafts, because the services have been revamped, we have recruited close to 15,000 people in the last 3.5 years. We have bought new aircrafts, retrofitted, new F&B offerings, completely product has been revamped. Airport we have recruited, we have changed processes. So that is reflecting the new Air India when you are flying the new aircraft. But the older ones also are getting retrofitted. But we have the journey for us when we took over, the NPS was -35. Today, we are 35. I think that applause for the 100%. Entire company and for supporting from our customers that they are really loving us. As I said initially, there is so much of emotion about Air India. We are all in it together. We are listening to the voice of the customer using different tools, including AI today. And trust me, we run one of the most efficient programs across the company, that every single verbatim which comes to us, we go to that department, make sure that they fix it so that next time the customers don't face that problem. Amazing. There's a lot more to do. We are still not there, but then through the help of technology and other interventions, we'll reach where India is supposed to be.
That's fantastic to hear, sir. Yeah. I think that's about all the time that we had today. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you.
It was wonderful.
Thanks to you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Cheers.
Neni, I'll request you and Mr. Dogra both to stay here. All right. Neni, may I request you to please stay back on the stage, and we will jump on to our next sector. Few sectors understand the value of trust better than BFSI, and as financial institutions accelerate their AI and digital transformation journeys, the real competitive advantage lies in using technology not just to automate processes, but to create more responsive, predictive, and customer-centric experiences at scale. To decide how BFSI is building the trust intelligence advantage, may I invite our panelists who will be joining Neni on stage. Vijay Rajgopal, Head BFSI and FinTech, Go-to-Market, AWS. And Girish Sehgal, Chief Health, UW and Claims, Customer Service and Operations, ICICI Lombard General Insurance. Welcome, gentlemen. Over to you, Neni.
Hi, Vijay. Hi, Girish. Thank you so much for joining us today for this conversation. Girish, I'm going to start this conversation with you. ICICI Lombard hit 98.8% of retail health claims paid within 30 days in FY26. Am I right in saying that? Which is, I guess, well ahead of the industry average. What were the operational and technology decisions that were made that were perhaps most consequential in getting you there? Is part one of my question. And the second one being, how did you make that speed meaningful to the customer, not just at as a back office metric, but actually for them to while they're filling the claim, how did that sort of impact them?
Great. First and foremost, thank you so much for having me here. Now coming to our claims speed, let me start by saying yes, we do lead on AI architecture, which helps us, of course, one, in speeding up the claims, getting the agility and nimbleness. Second, of course, it helps in fraud detection because we want to eliminate bad risk and only good risks should seep in. And of course,
sorry
it also
to interrupt you, Takesh. If you can just
It also helps in getting a underwriting precision. So these are, of course, being led using AI. We do have for small value claims which are high in frequency, AI takes those decisions and immediately approves those claims. And not to take away the fact that, yes, there is a very strong governance architecture in place. There is always a human in the loop which oversees that there should not be any wrong decisioning. So there is this entire digital interface which works. If you look at delays largely, the delays are only because the documents are physical. There are handoffs which happen. So we have mandated that it has to be only digital interface. All claim intermissions happen through our IL Take Care app. Once the claims are inwarded, there is an AI engine which works, which tells the customer to move ahead or to get some new documents. Right. And once it is inwarded, there is the AI engine which gets into play with a human in the loop. And hence, that's actually leads to a lot of speed that we get and the 99% number that you referred.
98.8%.
Yeah, 98.8% number that you referred to. In terms of touch points, yes, there are dynamic updates which keep going to clients at every stage through our WhatsApp chatbot or through the app, similar to Amazon, where you keep getting updates when you order something. So you are informed at every stage. So while AI is helping us in speeding up the things, customer experience is paramount, and it is a certainty with ICICI Lombard.
Can we see that go up to 100% this
Of course, that's the intent. Thank you so much.
Vijay, coming to you, AWS sort of sits at this unique intersection where there's global AI capability on one side, and then there's the Indian BFSI on the other. Now, from that vantage point, what are some advantages that Indian BFSI AI deployments have that perhaps no other algorithmic sophistication would?
Sure. Thanks, Naini, and good evening to all of you. To quickly just introduce myself, so I lead the go-to-market for AWS. I'm the country head for BFSI and FinTech GTM. Really a pleasure to be amidst all of you today evening, and along with Girish and Naini as well. I think we are at the intersection, and like you rightly said, I really truly believe that we are fortunate to be in a country which probably has arguably the world's best digital ecosystem. Right? We are talking of confluence of UPI, Aadhaar, account aggregation, OCEN, etc., which today a lot of countries envy us for that, right? Because it gives us a treasure trove of data. And imagine 2,000 crore transactions in a month, which is the current volume of UPI, processing almost 20 to 30 lakh crores of rupees. That's enormous. What that does is it leaves behind a lot of data trail and allows firms to experiment and build Literally, as you say, you build for billions when you're building in India, right? And that really drives a lot of scale, right? So there is a lot of very rich payment ecosystem data that's there. The second thing is, India has a heterogeneity, right? So you look at multilingual, right, from digital natives to seasoned users to all kinds of variety in terms of the user base. Right? Like, so for anyone trying to adopt new use cases, new solutions, India becomes a beautiful playing ground, right? Because you can experiment, you can try out things, and it'll be challenging because of the heterogeneity, but if you're able to make it work, then replicating it across the world becomes easier. Right? That, in some sense, if you look at, I mean, we saw this awesome voice AI call that happened. Look at the number of regional languages that people have to cover to really cover the length and breadth of India. Like, no other country really comes even close, right? And that's the intersection we are in. And the third element I would say, Naini, is that there is a trust element that's all pervasive to BFSI, right? And we are very clearly realizing that it's not about building AI in silos, right? It's about building AI, which is interconnected across systems. That is going to deliver value for you, and it has to be built in a manner which is built on trust, because BFSI is all about trust. It's explainable. It's auditable, and it is something
seamless, right?
Absolutely, right? So those are the three things that really make this unique.
Very, very interesting, Vijay. Girish, coming back to you, AI health underwriting can identify risk with extraordinary granularity, but at the same time, there tend to be certain ethical questions. As always, there are its own risks, etc. How do you sort of balance this, the legitimate risk differentiation and the algorithmic discrimination? How do you sort of balance the two?
I think great question. So like I said, we do use AI for risk selection to eliminate bad risk, get good risk insight, pricing accuracy, underwriting precision. But there is a strong governance architecture in place. There is always a human in the loop. And the heart of underwriting is always data. Anything that you want to underwrite, you need data. And data is, of course, basis the consent of the customer. Data is put in. Data usage, we have to be very accountable for the usage of the data, with the DPDP also coming in and going to be effective very soon. So I think somewhere data holds the key. While we do use AI, and a lot of algorithms, but overall it has to be administered, and model has to be controlled by human in the loop clearly, and there has to be no bias in the model. There can't be whatever that we do. I think the underlying principle is underwriting, that whatever that we do is completely based on fairness. Completely based on fairness.
Wow. That's a hard, I'm sure that's a big claim to be making, but I totally get where you're coming from. Vijay, coming back to you, what is perhaps the most significant tension between global cloud architecture standards and the Indian regulatory standards, and how is AWS navigating these?
Yeah, that's a great question, because we keep hearing that, right, in an interconnected world, how does one balance this need for standardization, which is what global architectures do, and localization, which is what local regulatory organizations look for, right? Like, so how do you balance that? And we are seeing it, and we are seeing regulators asking a lot more evolved questions. Okay. It's no longer about, hey, how does cloud work? I think we have gone way past that.
Regulators evolving
Absolutely.
as well. Yeah.
We have gone way past that. It's more about how's your cloud architecture, something which is explainable, reliable, and something that's auditable in a highly regulated environment. Right? Like, those are the questions that we are dealing with. And I would say, from an AWS standpoint, the way we have looked at it is to say that we have two regions in India, which are regions where Data resides completely in India, Mumbai and Hyderabad. We have strict controls when it comes to identity management, access management, encryption, and so on. We have extremely tight processes when it comes to observability and the kind of AI guardrails that we have kept when you're deploying AI on the cloud, right? Like, so all of that, the whole idea is that how are you able to explain what you did to the regulator, right? And in an increasingly autonomous agent-driven world, explainability is key. We cannot say, okay, the agent did something, I cannot explain. That will not work. It will not work across sectors. It will not work for sure in BFSI, where the regulator wants to know why you did what you did.
Girish, coming back to you, what are the consent, governance and service design frameworks like at ICICI Lombard to keep it on the right side of the line, since we're talking about governance?
So, like I said, there is an explicit customer consent which is taken for anything and everything that we do. If there is a wellness program that we are running, the pricing is disclosed upfront. The decisioning, the data is taken basis customer consent in terms of whether he's going to a gym, whether he's attending a fitness session, if he's running a marathon. All data has to eventually come in from the customer only, basis his consent. The usage of data is again based on his consent, and whatever is the output will be upfront told that yes, there would be rewards or wellness points which you can redeem later on. But anything and everything that we do, the data is the heart and soul, and the data comes from clients, and there are strict guardrails. The model, whatever that we work with, has a human in the loop, like I said, very, very stringently working together, and the decisioning is extremely, extremely fair. And let me put a caveat, we would always try to be fair to the customer and also fair to the organization. So both sides.
Absolutely. Vijay, coming back to you, there's a lot of talk about governance by design.
Yeah.
But what does it actually look like at the cloud layer?
Yeah. So, see, we have realized that, and let's take a step back, right? Like, so what used to be governance in the past, especially from a financial sector angle, was in terms of reviews, processes, manuals, highly manual oversight, and so on. What you've realized is in an environment where data is real time, decisions have to be taken almost instantly. And with AI increasingly pervading every element of the financial sector, you cannot have governance as an overlay, right? It has to be governance by design, right? Yeah. And I think one of the ways to look at governance is that it's not a tax on innovation, right? In a lot of ways, we have seen governance accelerate innovation, okay? And if you look at cloud, no longer cloud is just an infra layer, right? I mean, you think of cloud as a foundational layer, right, on which you can build this innovation for driving AI-centric organizations. That's going to be the future, okay? So that's going to be the future. So in some sense, the cloud becomes the epicenter for everything that you do. And for you to do that, governance is important. And I'll tell one thing which I really feel is super critical when you come to these autonomous agents. Right? There's a lot of talk in terms of how much autonomy to give, how much are they accountable, and so on. Right? And let's look at it. So if you give them complete autonomy and there is no accountability to agents, then it's very risky. Right? Because the agents can run amok. Yeah. If you completely go on the other side, where you drive a lot of accountability from agents and you make it very process-driven, you don't let them act on their own, then you lose the benefit. Yeah. Right? So the true results are got when you straddle the right balance. And so I think that is going to be super important from a governance standpoint.
So like Girish said, human in the loop is...
Human in the loop is absolutely essential. Ultimately, the human has to be accountable. But governance by design, when it comes to identity, when it comes to observability, when it comes to encryption, when it comes to guardrails, all of those are going to be super important.
Right. I believe we're running short of time, so some last thoughts. As BFSI sort of moves from descriptive to predictive intelligence, Girish, what does that shift demand of your operations and customer service model?
So a lot of inputs in terms of, I think, for any business, especially insurance, I think trust is the most important thing, if I would say. If customer trust is something which gets built in drops but destroyed in buckets. So we have to have a trust, faith of the customers coming in. And I think whatever that we do,
You'll hold your mic.
whatever that we do here in our business or operations, we try and do a lot of predictive things. In the sense, we do disease risk management. We do call out to the customers if they are like, if you look at the present scenario, there is a heat wave which is going around. So there is a call that would go to the customer advising them on being hydrated, prevent them from malaria, dengue, etc., etc. When monsoon sets in, there would be again predictive calling that would happen. So a lot of stuff that we really want to do, especially for those customers who have come in and had a previous claim with us. So that's the kind of predictive analysis. We also do a lot of predictive analysis on the segments, on the cohorts, on the products, on the pricing that we really do. And also we keep studying the ecosystem. So there is a lot of predictive analysis that goes into designing and the entire processes that we execute with our clients.
Very interesting. Vijay, what is the demand of the data architecture?
Yeah. So I think three things are happening. I mean, if you look at it, one is there is data is moving from very structured elements to a lot of unstructured data. Right now, you're able to get customer data in terms of voice, in terms of email, text, WhatsApp, the likes. So the AI and the connected systems have to be able to process that. Right? Like that's the first capability. Second is, you're going from batch to real time. Right? Like that's the second angle, which is super important. The third, echoing the point on data, right, is that you have to have clear unified data to make AI work. I think a lot of people jump into the AI bandwagon without getting data right. I keep reiterating, if you don't have right data, your AI cannot get you the results that you want. Right? So it's super important to make sure that the data is absolutely right and it's in a form that you can use. I think these three things are going to be critical for designing the right architecture to make AI work. And I think maybe one final comment I would leave is that think of AI as something that it's truly multifunctional, right? It's not just a tech project. It's not isolated in one department. It has to be truly multifunctional. It has to be thought through with respect to what are my business goals that I want to achieve. Right? AI is not a tech problem. It's a business problem. Start with what are the business goals I want to achieve? What's the ROI I want to get? Then look at how do I break it down across functions, and then your architecture will answer those questions when it comes to it.
I think that's a great note to end this conversation on.
Sure.
Thank you both so much for your time. It was a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Nanny, thank you so much. Thank you. We now move into our next fireside conversation at EngageX 2026, Trust, Transformation, and the Future of Banking. Banking today also is undergoing one of the most significant transformation in its history. In this rapidly changing landscape, the future of banking will also be shaped not just by digital capability, but by the ability to create experiences that are seamless, resilient, and deeply trusted by millions of customers every single day in every single transaction. Now, to take this conversation forward, I'd like to invite CNBC-TV18's Ritu Singh on stage, and joining her for this chat is Ramamohan Rao Amara, Managing Director, Retail, Business and Operations, SBI. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Thanks, Mugdha. All right, thank you all very much. I know we're nearing the end of the day, and that's why we've kept what I'm hoping is some of the most interesting discussions for the last debate. And, you need no introduction at all, Mr. Rao. I mean, the Managing Director at State Bank of India. I mean, if there's any institution in India that probably touches every Indian's life every day as closely as you do, it is State Bank of India. So, what better person to have this conversation with about trust, about transformation and the future of banking. I'll start with transformation, Mr. Rao, because I know you joined SBI in 1988. That means he's seen the institution through the economic reforms. Through
Indirectly, you are revealing my age as well.
It's the collective wisdom you bring. I mean, demonetization, the economic reforms, the internet revolution, the pandemic, and now these, geopolitical issues. So, in your eyes, how has the institution transformed in some of the ways that you think have been the most defining? And what is the one thing you think did not change that perhaps should have?
So, I think she already revealed we joined in 1988. I joined in 1988. The first thing as part of the training we are taught about is the significance of our symbol. I think all of you are aware of SBI emblem key. It's a blue circle with a white key. So two aspects are explained in that. One is despite the bank being very large and whatever scale at which it operates, still the common man is the focal point. That is the point it conveys very clearly. And the shape of it itself, it indicates a keyhole with a locked vault kind of thing. That means if you keep the funds or deposits with the SBI, it denotes financial safety. So these are the things. This is the first one because you started with the word trust. There is no doubt in saying the emblem itself actually represents the trust. And in all our actions, in my journey or in the journey of the people who joined the bank, we carry this responsibility actually. If you're talking about a transformation, then obviously last 3.5 decades from a manual ledger-based system to a typical a kind of back office kind of systems to core banking systems in early 2000s, then introduction of various delivery channels like ATMs, mobile banking, etc. And then, of course, extensive use of AI nowadays. I think the landscape has changed very much. But what has not changed is our approach to customer centricity. Whether any product design or a process design or any delivery channel we introduce, customer centricity is the key. In all our internal process approvals also, there is always a seat for somebody like a customer experience officer. So who will actually step into the shoes of a customer, who will look at the product, who will look at the disclosures, what we make in terms of whether we are revealing enough information, comprehensive information, whether they understand or not. So I think one takeaway is customer centricity continues to be our focal point. While anything superficially can change, a technology can change, the structures can change, customer centricity will remain.
The second part of that question, sir, was what do you wish had changed that did not?
I think, of course, a bit of more agility for regulated entities because all said and done, unlike other organizations, banking industry is definitely regulated for a right reason because we are the custodians of public money, etc. But what sometimes I feel like has to change is the agility. That means complying with all the things, but still getting the speed, executing, etc. Definitely, it's not to say like we are not there, but it requires a lot of effort in terms of coordinating and ensuring even at the highest level. That is what.
That's a very candid admission, I must say, sir. But let's get to the trust part of it because, one would almost assume the country's largest bank, a government-backed bank, a 200-year-old bank, it's almost as if the idea of trust is just handed to you just by virtue of being the institution you are. But would you say a large part of it also has to do on the kind of interface your 2.5 lakh employees have across your 23,000 branches in India on a day-to-day basis? So, does the trust lie with the institution or does the trust lie with the people?
I think with both. As I said, the institution itself is a symbol of trust. And for the people who are working in the institution, that is an additional responsibility to ensure that whatever we do it in a transparent way, keeping the customer interest in mind. I quote the same example, like any product design, etc. I think it's not easy to get the approval in the bank if it doesn't make sense from a customer lens. So that is the importance that is given. So in our execution, planning, everything, the trust aspect is embedded in everything what we do at the bank.
All right, that's a fair point. But when we talk about transformation, and technology is very much at the heart of what banks are trying to do, what you at SBI are also doing with YONO, which I'll get to in just a bit. But how challenging is it to adapt to these technologies when you're running a bank as large as this? Every third Indian is an account holder here. It's not like one day you can say, okay, I'm going to stop operations for a couple of days while I get the back end in order. It's almost like saying I'll stop the flight mid-air to just fix the engine and then we'll continue flying. You can't do that. There are pensioners relying on you every day. There are so many salary people. So, how challenging is the task of bringing in technology in an institution as large as State Bank of India?
So I will give perhaps one example. I don't know how many of the people in the audience know there is a concept called non-banking day on 1st of April. I'm still talking about 20 years back, 25 years back, or even 15 years back, when we never had a 24/7 delivery channels. We used to have a one-day clear break in terms of closing down the branches, for consolidating the accounts, results, etc. That means no transactions can be done because you don't even have a delivery channel. Or even if you have automated channels like ATM, etc., ATMs are still possible to continue with the transactions, but a channel like mobile banking, etc., which has a direct connectivity with the CBS, that you can take it for granted that it won't work at least for a few hours. But now with the exponential increase in the volume, there is no such thing as non-banking day or anything. Any service, particularly the digital channel, has to be available 24/7. That itself was a big change, what we felt during the last few years. So that was only to tell you, whatever change we do, or whatever comprehensive change we do in the IT architecture, or anything we do, or introducing a new solution, we don't have the luxury of stopping everything, not making the services available for a few hours, and then making and introducing the change. We don't have that luxury.
But, rather, let me put it this way. Does your size itself make innovation a lot harder? Because, some fintech app doesn't work one day, some, private bank app doesn't work one day. It's a little tweet here and there. A few people will grumble online, and then we move on. If you hear of State Bank of India having a problem, it's a national tragedy. So, does it come with a bit of a challenge there? The scale itself, when it comes to innovating?
I think the expectation from us, from our team, from the top management also, is size cannot be the excuse. So that is a case with even external stakeholders like a customer also. With size, your expertise also has to be of that magnitude. That means it's an additional responsibility to ensure that a planning is perfect. We need to have a plan B, plan C also, if we're rolling out a new solution or a new app, etc. So we hardly have that luxury of making a serious mistake, actually, when we are rolling out any new technologies.
Let me also address this one point that I'm pretty sure most of us, when we think of public sector banks, I hope I don't do, but a lot of us, when we think of public sector banks, we think of these old legacy institutions that are still very much physical. You have to go to a branch to get anything done. But at State Bank of India, for instance, tell us about what the kind of work you've been doing on YONO. YONO 2.0 is expected. That is SBI's digital bank. And for the common man, how does the touch and feel become different? Is it as competitive as, say, the newest bank on the street, the newest fintech, or will that legacy weight still hold you back a little bit? How does the customer experience change in YONO 2.0, and what is the kind of AI you're using to sort of make that experience uniform for everyone from a farmer maybe in Northeast India to an executive sitting here in Nariman Point?
So I think before I plunge into YONO, etc., let me touch upon the broad spectrum. The way you said, like 530 million customers, but something like 18 crore FI customers.
530 million customers, ladies and gentlemen. That's more than the population of United States and perhaps many, many other countries. So that, when we're talking about the scale of change, that is a very important context to keep in mind.
It's not to just like that reveal the number, just want to tell you the broad spectrum, both in numbers as well as a variety what we deal in. 18 crores of FI customers who demand a very high-touch banking in terms of having a physical branch. FI customers means like they are spread nook and corner, and you need to have either a physical branch or you can operate through a BC or CSP. Then you have more than 2 crore CSP customers, that is a corporate salary package customers, who demand a bouquet of products but premier banking services. And you have a Gen Z customers who, I mean, below 35 years kind of category, we have almost 13 crore kind of customers in our 53 crores overall customer base, who demand, for them everything is the mobile centric. And then you have a ultra HNI customers, for them which is a personalized service, very professional relationship managers have to be there. So our task is cut out that way in terms of a very, very broad spectrum. And that's the reason we always believe in phygital. We can't simply bank on one channel. We need very robust professional bankers at the branches. We need very good outsourced people like a BCCSP. But at the same time, we need a very robust digital channel like YONO. So to your particular question on YONO 2, what is in store? I think we have actually ensured some parity when we rolled out YONO 2, plus we added some features. But what we want to introduce more is the hyper-personalization. So we want to leverage, build the customer profiles, may not be at a 36,000 feet level, maybe at a N:10 level or N:100 level. We want to understand them more clearly and make offers at a right time that are most relevant for them. So this is the task on hand, which we are intent to roll out.
Sorry to divert a little bit, but I'm just a little curious since you brought up the Gen Z. Is that a growing customer base? How significant and how fast growing a base is it for an institution like State Bank of India? I'm not going to be asking Vaidyanathan than that, because at IDFC or private bank, it's a very different game. But for State Bank of India, for you, Mr. Rao, how large a base is the Gen Z?
So I think on a daily basis, on an average, we open around 65,000 savings accounts, out of which 25 to 30% is from Gen Z. So either through complete digital journeys or through assisted digital journey, we cater to almost 30% through Gen Z. So it's a large number.
For anyone who thinks SBI a legacy banking large public institution, 35% of accounts coming from Gen Z is something to write home about. But our producers are telling us we're running out of time. So let me quickly ask you, sir, as banking becomes more and more digital, tech heavy, customer experiences need to be, you need to do a lot of work on that. What is your bigger worry? Is it moving too slowly, that technology is moving ahead, or is it moving too fast before fully understanding the repercussions of the changes that are happening around? What is a bigger concern for banks today?
No, I think we don't have the luxury of moving slowly. Otherwise, we'll become irrelevant, and the implications are anyway there in terms of market share loss, or otherwise the business loss, or the customer dissatisfaction. That anyway will be there. But at the same time, we can go just fast. I mean, as a regulated entity, and with this burden of the trust and customer centricity being embedded in what we do, we have to go in a calibrated way. But that's the reason we conduct a lot of pilots within the bank. For example, in case of AI, initially we targeted it's a more of a productivity improvement for our employees. Started with knowledge bots, then we introduced AI in terms of our check processing, where up to certain thresholds, entire decisioning is actually delegated to AI, but only a section. In fact, somebody in the earlier session was saying where the role of the human comes. In case of rejections, we want to be doubly sure, even when AI may be 99% accurate, we want to be doubly sure that actually it is the right rejection, because it has an impact on the customer side when we reject a otherwise okay kind of check. So that way, we will be working with a good governance in terms of where, in fact, we perhaps in the industry, we are the early adopters of AI governance policy and AI emerging based technology policy as well, which very clearly puts the guardrails, very clearly lays out the process of approving these experiments or the pilots and creating a sandbox kind of environment, giving them the autonomy, but at the same time within a certain range. Only when we are doubly sure, then we scale it up and bring it to the production.
Overall, would you say is artificial intelligence and the use of it in banking making banking safer or more fragile? I mean, because, while you're adopting and growing and, enhancing your customer experience, the phishing attacks are getting more sophisticated and easier by the day for these guys. So, would you say AI overall is making banking more fragile or more safe?
I think, see, as a few days back, the discussion was more around Claude, right? I mean,
yes, finishing one industry by after another with every update that they're coming out with.
In fact, what people started saying is you need to use AI to counter AI, right? I mean, that is the kind of argument. So I think we don't have any choice. AI you need to use for safety. I mean, in terms of cyber resilience, etc. But at the same time, you can use it for augmenting the productivity and more in terms of enhancing the customer convenience, etc. It's to be used with the proper rails, guardrails, and ensuring that whatever we do is in the boundaries.
All right, sir. To end with, a 200-year-old institution with 520 million customers. What, to your mind, is the big reason where customers would choose you, the Gen Z choose you today, over a fintech app, over a fancy new bank that's come up, over a private peer? What keeps your moat safe as we go more and more digital?
I think, see, again, it's not like they've opened the account just because they were told by the parents. And Gen Z. So they do their own research. So I think it is the convenience and the ease of accessing the apps, etc. Obviously, these matter. The very large percentage does indicate these apps are very, very contemporary, very accessible, and all the modern features are there.
Yeah.
And that's the reason.
Well, thank you very much, Mr.
You.
Rao. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you.
And I hope the audience had a lot to take away as well. Thank you, sir.
May I please request both of you to stay back on the stage? Ritu, requesting you to present Mr. Rao with the certificate. Grow Billion Trees Initiative. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ritu, for staying back. And we move on to our next fireside. Well, in today's hyper-connected world, reputation can be built over decades and tested in moments. For institutions, especially in the financial sector, trust is no longer shaped only by financial strength or market presence. It is earned through transparency, consistency, customer experience, and digital reliability, all of which we have been talking about through the afternoon and now in the evening. To explore what it takes to win and retain India's trust, we have with us none other than V. Vaidyanathan, MD and CEO, IDFC First Bank. All yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. We spent the last few minutes talking about a 200-year-old institution, but now I'm going to ask why a bank that barely existed or didn't really exist a decade back is able to get 35 million customers, and what it takes to get there.
First of all, you can call him Mr. Rao, you can call me Vaidya. Okay, it starts with that. Okay.
Okay, we'll call you Vaidya, but let me start with that trust aspect actually, and what it really means for someone like you. For SBI, it is, of course, the legacy. It's a 200-year-old institution. There is government backing, and inherently, the Indian Janta will trust someone with the PSU tag. What did it take for you to build the bank from scratch, from nothing, into the institution it is today, and retain that customer trust, which is quite visible in the kind of numbers we're seeing from you?
Thank you. So first of all, bank like SBI, particularly SBI, is iconic. The word iconic you use for very few institutions. I think SBI and LIC, those are iconic institutions. Now, ours is not that, we don't have that long a legacy. But for us, trust has to be earned in our own generation, by our own conduct. So the way we think about it is that every act we do, every product we put out, every kind of feature we put out in our customer products, everything, and the way we conduct ourselves in the event of a crisis, they all add up to the experience and the trust. And that is how our life is different than from like an SBI, for example.
Well, it is very different, but let me just push on that because, with no government backing, no clear big promoter per se, what did it take to really get these customers in the sense that, a lot has been, when you ask customers on the street, one of the big standout factors for IDFC has been your savings rate, for instance. When every other bank on the street is doing 3%, 4% on your savings, this is the only bank that was going with 7%. Of course, now you recently brought it down. But, was that, for instance, a standout strategy, something you did differently?
No. See, rate, you can pay any rate you want. Yeah. But if you don't enjoy trust, people will never leave deposits with you. Okay? And in fact, over time, we were paying higher rates because our cost of funds was 9%, right? So we were paying 7, and 7 was a good trade. But over time, because we had a legacy institution where IDFC and Capital Force, a non-bank finance company, borrowing at 9%, we had to retire that debt, and 7 looked cheap. But now we brought it on 2.5%, just for information. So if you're opening an account at the IDFC Bank, just keep your expectations low. Okay, we pay 2.5%.
Well, that's just given the circumstances and where everybody else is.
I know, of course. But the point I'm going to say is that up to 3 lakhs we pay 2.5. Above that we pay more. The point is that rate alone doesn't get customers. That's the point I'm making. Right? Yeah. Even today on fixed deposits. So
what did you do differently?
I'll come to that. For example, on fixed, our cost of funds today, just to put it, right, we are paying 6%. Now, all mid-tier banks are paying 6%. But you will see IDFC, for the last 5 years, 6-7 years, has grown from 40,000 crores of deposits, 40,000 crores, to today we are 2.8 lakh crores. That's 7x, 7 years. Okay, same rates. So there is something else we have brought into the game, which is trust. So which is actually pretty well placed to serve, because somehow we convey to the public, right, at large, like I said, through products or through conduct, this is the bank to trust. And because in deposits, since you started with that subject, people are leaving money with us. It's not by lending. They have to leave money. So imagine we are now opening, not the numbers of SBI, but we are opening about 1.3 to 1.4 lakh savings accounts a month.
Okay.
Every month, which means 1.4 lakh customers are trusting the bank and leaving money with us, 2 to 3 lakh rupees.
1.4 lakh new customers each month.
New customers every month, and imagine trusting the bank and leaving money with us.
Yeah.
It's a new bank.
This is what, like a 7-year-old now?
Since imagine. And the bank is giving out, you'll have to hold your breath, we're giving out, like total, including lending side, we're giving out 12 lakh loans a month.
12 lakh loans
a month, 1.2 a month. So this year we'll give out close to about 15 million loans.
Yeah.
And remember, every time you're giving a loan, you're doing all kinds of checks.
Yeah.
So this kind of a numbers can be done. Trust is very important, and I think that is at the foundation. There are other things like technology, culture, etc. We'll talk about later. But trust is at the foundation, and trust is something that we, you can't advertise your way into trust. Right? It is how people experience you, how you come across, and how you conduct yourself, both at the leadership level and on a daily experiences basis.
Since you bring this up, and there was a recent incident, I don't know, I suppose most of you would be aware of this Haryana fraud that came up. Suddenly, almost 600 crores was missing from IDFC First Bank. Before any of the media, any of us even got a whiff of it, you had Mr. Vaidyanathan flying down to Chandigarh overnight. The investigation, before it even concluded as to what really happened with that money, he's repaid the full sum to the government. He's taken the full hit in the single quarter. Sunday this happens. Monday early morning there's an investor call before any of us wake up. So, just tell us this quick acting, all of this to preserve trust, what really was going on in your mind, and why take the steps that you took, whereas many bankers would have wanted, let's just try and settle the matter before we take it to public, before we inform people, and see whether it was our fault at all to have paid the full sum. So tell us what went through your mind.
See, a bank is a very sensitive institution, okay, and it entirely is from public trust. And what is the trust? Trust is, I am a depositor, I left money with you. The day I want it back, give it to me. This is a fundamental construct. People leave their hard-earned savings with us, senior citizens leave money with their retirement money, and so on, right? People keep hard-earned money with us. So, therefore, we have to conduct ourselves in such a way that leaves public with zero doubt about your intention and your ability to pay. That is why, and also, we have we talk about it, but we are, as a bank, we always say customer first, and to say it is easy, to live it is very tough.
It's also in your name.
In fact, first. And in the slogan below, IDFC First, we write customer first boldly. Now, There's a crisis, to your point. First of all, it shouldn't have happened. It's quite bad it happened with us. And we ran 7 years, 1,000 branches. I mean, we put up 1,000. Never happened, but it happened, shouldn't have happened. It's a mistake at our end. We have done many things to fix it. But that's not the point for the discussion today. What we did was, just to take you through that process, since you said it, this happened Monday morning. Before the media could make stories out of this, we were, we were out there and, we said it ourselves, right? We took a proper. That afternoon, evening, we just flew to Chandigarh. We said, here's your money. And next morning, I called some of the leading channel newspapers and said, look, I want your front page tomorrow morning. And then we wrote out a message to Stock Exchange that this is paid. Yeah. And we put out a front page ad saying that living by customer first values when it matters most. And we did it. The amazing thing, you'll see, Ritu, is that, money stayed with us and deposit didn't leave the bank.
Not only did money stay with the bank, I think it even increased during the quarter.
Yeah, I mean, I must say that normally when such a big setback happens, every Twitter channel and every YouTube and everyone was educating people about this issue, you'll be surprised. 8 million customers on deposits, people did not withdraw money. Yeah. I really believe that this is something crazy, that such a crazy news happening, but people did not withdraw money from IDFC. This quarter, our estimators will grow by 20% quarterly annualized, meaning this quarter 5%, which we annualized to 20%. So imagine a bank bouncing back so fast. It is trust, and nothing else explains it. And we feel it's hard-earned. We feel it is a privilege. Somebody trusts us, and we have to live up to it, actually.
But let me ask you this. What is the personal cost of building this trust? I mean, for instance, you had a pretty cushy job at Citi. You had a very good role at ICICI Bank. You quit that. I'm sure you're all aware. He went out and he bought a small stake in an unknown small NBFC, grew that from scratch, made it, the NBFC it was, got a banking license with the IDFC merger to make it one of the largest private sector banks in India today in a very short span of time. But being associated with a bank like that, building it from scratch, also comes with the fact that you have to be the face of every crisis. You have to be the face of every investor call where there's a loss. At what personal cost does that come, building this trust?
No, when my former boss, Mr. K.V. Kamath, in some occasion told me that if you have a still mind, right, not cluttered, if you have a still mind, you can go through, any conversation in a reasonably calm manner. My thing is that, to your point, yes, of course, any startup is very stressful. Like in Capital First, when we started, we had a loan book of, we just started, a retail loan book was 94 crores. And by the way, for context, today it's 2.2 lakh crores, by the way, 15 years, folks, okay? It was 94 crores, okay?
Give us the tips and tricks, please.
Okay, 94 crores. Yeah. So, we had a small net worth, small company. I'll tell you the power of trust. I used to go to banks to borrow. It was a non-bank finance company. And we raised, in those 8 years, 65,000 crores. And we built a loan book of 30,000 crores from that base. How can you raise 65,000 crores from the Indian banking system? We did. Because people trust us, the guy with ICICI, the guy's okay, we can give him some money. So, and I used to never negotiate. People used to say 10%, I said okay. Somebody said 13%, I said okay. And, I let the other banker make money. Khush ho ja, right? At least give me my money, right? And I used to be more interested in growing the book. But trust is what, Deepak Parekh very much helped me at that point of time. Put a good word about me to the private equity firms. K.V. Kamath put a great word about me, and many other people. So I think trust helped, at least I'm a big beneficiary of, goodwill of the system.
Well, let me ask you then how you're using artificial intelligence to deepen that trust. Because again, you're catering to a diverse set of people. The set of customers that are entering the banking fold, these new Gen Z are very much used to a tech-only interface. So
before we come there, I'll tell you, let's talk about IDFC, right? Because the same thing, right? The Capital First, I had tough time, then became a good company. Then IDFC first 3-4 years, a tough time, and people beat you up. They say they forget the fact that you're a new bank. Okay, they will compare you with ICICI, HDFC, Axis, Kotak, something like that, and say, man, look at the return on equity, look at their ROA, look at their ROE. You know, you got to go through that. That's the job of somebody who starts up something, right? Now, but the good thing is that the trust, since we're talking about it, we have raised in the last 7 years, okay, in this IDFC, 20,000 crores of fresh equity capital. 21,000 crores. Hard, right? So again,
including twice over from the same private equity player in the NBFC and the bank.
Twice over from the same entity. And when, 6 times somebody participates, we have raised 6 issues in the last 6 years. I'm not very happy the bank is, having to dilute, but it's part of setting up something. But the point I'm trying to say is that trust. Now, with regard to, so the short point is that we feel that this is a responsibility, we got to live up to it and, hold customers' money dear. Now, to your point about artificial intelligence, right, and how to think about that. The thing about the fact is that tech now, Ritu, is becoming a very powerful thing to improve customer experience. I'll give you a small example. Now, if you're a customer and you are somewhere overseas, somewhere, you swiped your credit card somewhere, it didn't work. One way is to inform you, okay, your card is declined. It's of no use to you. But if your SMS said that, your card is declined for this reason, that's some use to you. But if the SMS, if WhatsApp came to you with a video, a message to it, saying that you are overseas, you have not switched on your international roaming button, please click this button, activate it, try again. That's value add. Real time. Then we know very well you're going to call the call center. So on a real-time basis, this system will tell the call center that if this customer number calls, please tell them that, don't start with what's your mother.
Press 1 for English.
Press 1 for
English.
English.
Press 2 for this problem.
And press 9. And after press 9, say, what's your mother's maiden name? Right?
Please hold.
Please.
You are number 6 in the queue.
Yeah, and then you say, what's your mother's maiden name? What's your, color of...
Meanwhile, we'll advertise for a bank. You listen to this repeat recorded message.
So if customer goes through all that, it's a harassment. But we said that, okay, now we know.
Glad you're calling it that. I'm very glad to hear it.
It is pure harassment. Okay. Now, these kind of things happen. So, but tech can solve it. Tech is, we know it's returned. We inform the call center immediately, real time, and customer calls. If the customer calls, if they need to call at all, otherwise we can inform. And then the number picks up and says, okay, now we know it's because of this reason, please activate it. So tech is such a powerful thing. Yeah. And we feel that over the last 3 years we've been working at this, the number of calls in the call center is coming down while the number of customers are going up. That's the power of tech.
I mean, this itself sounds wonderful to me as a customer that I don't have to go through that tedious process. But apart from this, what do you think has been the most transformative change when it comes to customer experience using an IDFC Bank app or going through your website that technology has brought about?
See, first of all, like I told you that the bank has added 40 million customers, right? 8 million savings account customers and balance as lending customers in the last, let me say, 7 years. Now, it is not possible to have done it over a 200-year period, right? We don't have 200 years. I have only a few years. So it's not possible. Only tech can make it happen. Now, I'll give you a very quick way how to understand this, and if you'll just concentrate. Now, imagine there are core systems for the bank. Now, the core systems of the bank, we have created something like a data capability, an integrated data platform where all the information, so you may be Ritu somewhere, you may be S Ritu somewhere, whatever. So banks actually often are confused who you are, right? You are in different names, in different databases, different marital status depending on when you took the loan, right? And your address has changed. So we have created a really high quality data platform and we have reconciled all this data. That itself is a very powerful asset. Then on that database, we have created for every customer a DNA. Every customer DNA. Basically, what is the customer's transaction? What is the customer's stock? What is the customer's investments? What is the customer's, pattern of transaction? We created a DNA. On that DNA, we have now created a capability. And by the way, these are difficult to build. These are difficult reconciliations. And then on that DNA, we have now created the ability to reach the precise customer at the right channel with the right proposition at the appropriate time. When we did that, and then we put anti-spamming rules, anti-repetition rules. Because if you think of the customer who's well off, the home loan wants to reach them, credit card wants to reach them, every database wants to reach them, customers harassed. So we have put anti-repetition rules, so that don't reach the customer more than once a month. And we put anti-spamming rules.
Please share it with your peers.
Sorry?
Please share it with your peers.
Yeah, so we put these. So we put a governance. Governance is not like, think of a traffic police, right? This says, okay, your traffic can go, your traffic can stop. Now, in a real world, digital, so we have put a digital traffic rules here, saying that if home loan is passed, then listen, car loan, you don't spam the customer for next 1 month, right? So we put these rules. That is why I am reasonably sure, 99% sure in this forum, I can almost say this customer base would not have been spammed, okay? It may have happened. If it's there, then you should tell us and we'll fix our processes. But these are how technology we use to make sure that we give precise proposition to customers.
Well, I'm so glad to hear it. And a round of applause, I think. I mean, for anyone who's not going to call me repeatedly or not going to make me go through IVR, I mean, kudos to you. But just a simple question, because, you know, trust is very much an eye-to-eye contact. You're going to a branch, you're talking to someone, you're venting there. In the age of digital, is building trust a bit harder before you can even show customers what the digital experience could be like? Is it a bit harder because of the lack of physical touch?
No, it's a very phenomenal point, and therefore in the digital world we have to take extra effort, because if I put any dark pattern, and in digital very easy to put dark patterns. We know how some of those well-known stories happened in the last few you know, of another industry. So so we have to be extra careful that this is, you know, we use a term in the bank, and you know, I really mean it. We actually tell people, this is customers' money. If it's taken in the incorrect way, then it's dirty money come to our bank. And I am, as you know, I'm holding a lot of shares in the bank. I feel, look, it's coming to my home, right? Then I feel like, dirty money, your money come to my pocket. Why? Okay, it's like dirty money. I tell people, ESOP is coming from this money. So do you want dirty money? No, I don't want dirty money. Then we tell the employee who is not getting ESOP, the salary, do you want the money? So we tell people, don't bring somebody else's money to your pocket. It doesn't belong to you. इसको समझा के, right? People come from many organizations. Then you have to tune their brain like this. Okay, so very important in digital era to particularly not put dark patterns, because once customer sees that, then the trust is gone actually.
Absolutely. I mean, we've again run out of time, but for the leaders that are sitting in this room, Mr. Vedyanathan, from your vast experience, you know, we've seen multiple failures in banking. I mean, back in the day to more recently, I think people would remember Yes Bank, DHFL, INLFS, PMC Bank, and whatnot. The list goes on. What do you think, you know, some of these banks could have handled differently in how some of the customers we saw, how they suffered, and your message to the community here on how to use technology, how to better build trust and retain customers in this digital era?
See, the thing is that, like I said,
apart from not taking dirty money.
Yeah. I mean, what I
don't con the customer.
Yeah, don't spam. Don't scam the customer. Right? Don't pickpocket the customer. Right, so to say. Right. So we really feel that. We feel it from the heart, and frankly, we feel that if anybody in the system is doing that, we want to check and balance the system. We want some product manager doing it. We want someone else to object the person, because we put the organization ethos like that. Right. Humans, if we make a mistake, we want to be corrected. But we can make a mistake, but we want to be corrected if we made a mistake. But to your point about some of these things, that the incidents you talked about, well, you know, the thing is that owning up to a mistake is super important. I feel that many of the names you talked about, somewhere systemically, culture has gone wrong. So we take a lot of effort in the bank that culture shouldn't get messed up. You know, you can make a mistake. Now, culture is an amorphous thing, right? It's just culture, right? What does it mean? So to translate culture to specific policies becomes super important. And we can give examples very short of time. And the more importantly, what we feel is that in the age of tech, I find it's a great opportunity to enhance trust. I'll give you an example, okay, just to close that. Now, supposing there's a customer, if you see our app, by the way, our app has 20 million downloads in the last 7 years. 20 million downloads with the Google app rating, rated by public with 1.1 million reviews of 4.9. Okay, I want to tell you, it's something, folks. Okay, it's 4.9.
And by the way, no customer who's apparently ever joined IDFC Bank is left.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise our deposit wouldn't grow. But I'll tell you, 4.9 and App Store rating 4.8. And anybody who would know the rating scale of App Store and Google will know it's pretty tough to beat, right? Pretty tough to have. So I feel that, you know, day in and day out, we have to be obsessed about this app. You know, in my people team would know, every single day I'm testing the app with somebody or other, you know, the gym trainer or somebody or the taxi driver or somebody or even somebody who's well off of our income profile. Everybody was testing the app every single day. कि इसमें ये लेके आओ, ये क्यों नहीं है, ये गलत क्यों है, ये क्यों घूम रहा है, ये, you know. So this is like that kind of obsession we have for everything we're building, and it's all got to the stack because the experience layer finally, the design, the aesthetics, the journey, all of these things come from the underlying tech stack we have and the analytics and the data that we have. So we feel that this is difficult to build, but this is something that we can scale, you know, dramatically. So don't be surprised. In the next 4 or 5 years, if you see IDFC deposits touching 6 lakh crores and loan book touching 5 lakh crores. Maybe in the next,
we'll hold you to that, Mr.
Yeah, you can record it. You can
may
record.
your tribe grow. You know, bankers that put customers first. May your tribe grow. Thanks very much.
I'll tell you one thing. If you can grow from 1 lakh crore to 3 lakh crore, and if you could grow deposit from 40 to 3 lakh crore, you should imagine 6 lakh crore should happen. Okay?
All right,
We'll
take your word for it. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure chatting with you, and thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
May I please request both of you to stay on stage? We couldn't have asked for a better end to the entire evening and the day today. What a candid conversation. Thank you. Thank you so much to both of you. All right, before we move on for our next very, very special show, I have a few announcements to make. We have to all gather up for something very special, which is coming up next. But before that, let's take a look at this very, very special Exotel AV.
Every morning starts the same way. The attention. That feeling that you matter. The small rituals that tell you, today is yours. He stopped for his usual cup of coffee. Same cafe, same order. But this time, his card was declined. A call to the care center would fix this. Press 1 for English. Press 2 for card services. Press 4 to report a transaction. Your call is important to us. He reached someone. They asked for his details, who he was, what went wrong. Then they transferred him. He told a new person what happened. Then he told someone else. Then someone else. Each one starting from the beginning. Each one asking him to prove he was himself. He came home. The dog was at the door. No questions, no forms, no proof required. Just the certainty of being known. What if every call felt like coming home to someone who knows you? Exotel remembers every conversation, every context, every time. Exotel, like a friend.
Exotel. And now we arrive at a truly special moment this evening, a moment that celebrates bold thinking, transformational leadership, and individuals who have redefined the way enterprises connect with their customers. Architects of CX is a collection of transformational CX journeys, a chronicle of leaders who challenged convention, reimagined CX at scale, and changed the way enterprises do business and also connect with people. To shine light on this initiative, may I please invite Gaurav Agrawal, CBO Exotel, and Udit Agrawal, Global Head Partnership and Marketing, Exotel.
Okay, yeah, please, Sachin, thanks. Thanks for joining. So, good evening, everybody. How's the energy in the room? So, come on, show some energy, guys. Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, on behalf of everyone at Exotel, I really thank you for being here. This is a very special moment, unveiling the best in CX. So, Architect of CX is envisioned, we envisioned this as a program where we bring the best work of the CX leaders who are doing in their transformation journey. They are their challenges, it's their story, and we are unveiling in this book. So we started this idea as a book, and now it actually transformed into an annual initiative that we would be rolling in. By the way, what you will find in this book is completely based on true story. It's no fiction, and we just would want to bring the challenges, to bring opportunities, to bring playbooks, to bring all things that they have actually gone through while building the CX systems in place. The best thing is that we have actually covered leaders across different industries. Like you will find examples from banking, from insurance, from e-commerce, to health tech, to, what else like we covered? Aviation. So you will find everything out in this book as we go further. Sachin, would you like to add some words?
Yeah, I think when Udit came up with this idea, we decided that this is not going to look like a consultant report or an analyst report. It should bring out true stories of what people have actually thought and delivered. And when we were doing the unveiling, I think Mugdha had asked me a question that what are some of the common traits that you see in these leaders? And I talked about two things, and I said, this is what I want my son to learn in the age of AI in future to stay relevant. And those were curiosity and belief. So the leaders that you will see in the book, the ones that we are honoring, first of all, they had crazy curiosity, which means they were not assuming that whatever was running will continue to run the same way. That is one. And the second is there was a crazy belief that everything is possible in this age. So any set benchmarks can be broken. Those were the two things. They even pushed us, some of them, when we were delivering for them, they even pushed us to go further than what was established in the market. So that's the history behind the Architects of CX.
So this is the first cohort of Architects of CX in 2026. There are 12 stories, and when you read these 12 stories together, side by side, I can promise you, you will find something very structural, very transformative as you will unpack this. So without further ado, I think we'll bring the Architects of CX and we'll unveil the cover book today. No, we will just unveil it right now. So we're going to unveil it right now. So 12 faces of CX, and this is the first cohort of two Architects of CX that we're going to be unveiling. And I would request Mugdha to just call upon the Architect of CX.
Absolutely. May I invite the Architects of CX who are here, Raghav Basin, Business Head Tech Solutions, Cardeco. Sonia Nair, National Head Customer Service, Blue Dart. Meena Bhatnagar, Global Head CRM and CX, Malabar Gold. Aditya Singh, Chief Customer Experience Officer, ACT Fibernet. Murli Kunda, Program Head, Healthcare Technology and Customer Experience, IITB.
Keep the claps going, guys.
Sudhir Nath, Chief Strategy Officer at Deloitte. And Basekar D, CTO, Medibuddy. And we already have Mr. Bhatia on stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Basekar.
I think Mr. N. Basekar, if you're here. All right. Okay. So, guys, as promised, this is the first cohort. I think few of the architects are from international. So we have Americana Group. Sachin, if you want to talk about Sumit.
Yeah, Sumit, they basically automated, I think 65% of whatever was coming in as where is my order on phone over a period of 3 months. Crazy, crazy project. Sumit, if you're listening to this, we're very proud of what we have done with you. Thank you so much.
And Samit Bhatnagar from TISA Bank in Papua Guinea. So you can imagine it's not only in India, we are actually having this transformation all through.
Okay, cool. Did you do a photo op?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extraordinary evening this has been, from powerful conversations on trust, intelligence, and transformation to bold ideas shaping the future of customer experience. EngageX 2026 has brought together some of the sharpest, most influential voices, redefining how enterprises connect with people in this new AI era. A big thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, and guests for being a part of this incredible evening. And with that, we draw the curtains on Forbes India and CNBC-TV18 presents Exotel EngageX 2026.